The human body is a machine which winds its own springs. Julian Offley Telemetry. Good afternoon and welcome to CedTalks.
Check the credentials. Welcome to CedTalks, where we separate fact from fiction. Mess it up a myth every time. This that Ced talk, yeah, we said it straight. Cut through the noise, elevate the debate. No pseudo talk, no foggy claims. Just evidence-based when we build these frames. Ced talks, yeah, clarity first. If it ain't got method, it probably won't work. From ancient knowledge to modern science, we draw that line, that clear defined. They say the ancients had science. Hold up. Pause. Knowledge ain't the same as methodological laws. Observation, yeah, but control tests rare. No predictive models, you gotta be fair. We respect the past, but we keep it exact. Precision matters when you deal with facts. Astronomy grew, astrology split. One stayed empirical, one lean myth. The shift came through naturalistic method. Just and revised, that's how we embed it. Not culture bound, not tied to a place. It's a universal tool for the human race. This got Ced talks, yeah, you said it straight. Cut through the noise, elevate the debate. No pseudo talk, no foggy claims. Just evidence based when we build these frames. Ced talks, yeah, clarity first. If it ain't got method, it probably won't work. From ancient knowledge to modern science, we draw that line, that clear defiance. They blur definitions, start moving the goalposts. Turn fried to a claim that don't hold close. Science ain't on, this a process refined. Independent of culture, space and time. You can't redefine it to fit identity. That's how you lose all epistemic integrity. We test every claim, we don't just believe. If it can't be verified, we don't receive. From early observers to labs today, it's rigor and doubt that paved the way. Not name dropping scholars to win a debate, but data and method that validate. So what's your ideology? That's cool to ask, but truth ain't decided by the loudest class. We question it all, no sacred ground. If it don't hold up, we break it down. This that Ced talk, yeah, we live in direct. No fear in the facts, just intellectual respect. No more, no mirror, no fantasy, just truth, logic, and consistency.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to another Ced Talk. Sorry, I was a little bit late. Daddy duties always go before. So I'm sorry for being a couple minutes late. Thank y'all for being in the building and waiting. Don't forget to hit the like button, share the show, tell a friend to tell a friend. Let them know in the Discord that the Ced Talks is live and direct. This is going to be a good one this afternoon. I can almost guarantee it. Off of the production of Anthony last night. Shout out to Anthony's Galaxy and Beyond. If you did not watch that show, after watching this episode, it is essential that you go back into the Pseudo Killers archive, go back to tomorrow's show, and make sure you watch that show. It's going to tie everything all together. We are hitting full synthesis as an organization, as a team, with one clear message, and this is important. This is important for the community to grow and understand scientific literacy. Today, we are going to be dealing with one of the areas in which the pseudos like to play the most. We're going to dive into what reality is actually made of. That opening statement I just read to y'all, that came from Lemaitre. I remember the French materialists. We discussed them in the Fathers of Science. Lemaitre pushes one of the earliest radical forms of materialism. The body and even the mind is not something mystical or immaterial. It's a self-operating physical system. That is something that we contend with here in the community still. In 1931, a major philosophical shift quietly took place. At a conference of the Vienna Circle, philosopher Otto Neurath formally pushed for abandoning the term materialism in favor of physicalism. Shout out to two dogs and four cats. This was she made note of it because they're following the program, and made note of the fact that I was referring to materialism, and then she made note. Well, hey, listen, there are aspects of reality that isn't material, and that was quite right. that leads us into physicalism. So what happened? Up until the earlier 20th century, most philosophers still spoke in terms of matter. But by the 1930s, physics had radically changed. So it's important to stay there for a second, right? The Vienna Circle we're going to talk about tomorrow when we on Friday when we do the next episode. But this is all touching on how we think about the natural world. Again, the idea remains within the framework of a mental state, an epistemic regime, the way you think about the world, how you gather data from the world, how you interpret that data, always starts with a mental state. And it remains fundamentally how we think. So the discussion again keeps reducing to, well, they did observation, they did measurements, they did this. Under which philosophical framework? How were they actually thinking about these things? That is what is paramount in this discussion, right? And we have to keep that in mind. So they radically changed. Albert Einstein had already shown in 1905 and to 1915 that mass and energy are interchangeable, that infamous E is mc squared. Fields and space-time were replacing the old idea of solid particles. We touched on that last night. Neurath recognized the problem. Matter no longer captured what science was describing. So in 1931, he proposed philosophy should align with physics, not outdated metaphysics. This is important in this discussion. I keep referring to this particular point, right? Even today, when you engage in speculative physics, when you are formulating ideas, it is within the realm of philosophy and natural philosophy. Why? Because we are no longer allowed to make metaphysical assertions. Let that register for a second. Everything should be described in terms of physical language, not matter. So, why is this important? This moment marks a transition. Ancient, early modern, matter, Democritus and Hobbes, we're going to get into those people. And in 1931 onward, a physical reality. So Neurath and Carnap, we're going to get into these individuals. They develop the understanding of a physical world versus a material world. Yes, you would hear us say, I'm a materialist, what means that and everything that we observe is grounded within space-time. Just everything that we experience is of a physical nature. Continue. So now, this is where we are going to do this is what we're going to do in this series today. Again, shout out to Anthony show last night. It was extremely important show. Everything that we're going to talk about today ties directly into that concept, right? What is this world made out of? What is this stuff? What is it? Right? And we have physical laws and mathematical explanations for how we understand the reality of the world around us, right? Thumb up the video, thumb up the video. Thank you, Miss Lisa, for always being of great support to the program. Pseudo Killer Army always doing great work. Let me say shout out to Grant, Space Age Anthony in the building. Gould, Pseudo Killer Army always doing great work. Space Age Anthony is in the building for sure. Y'all check out his work last night. Black Sun 43 is always to here, and Two Dogs and Four Cat. Yeah, this series is this episode is dedicated to you. You inspired the necessity to do further work in this series. So I thank you very much for helping me put this series in that direction. So this is also going to rattle the cages of the pseudos. Lex, I know you're in the bushes today. This one is gonna hurt. I know this one is gonna hurt. So I need you to sit tight and enjoy the ride, what we are going to go on. Without further ado, right, don't forget, thumb up the show, thumb up the show, tell a friend to tell a friend, share it on your YouTube algorithm, let everyone know that we are here doing what we do best, providing you with this information. Now, let's get into the presentation because I'm sure it is going to spark a healthy discussion pretty soon. Share, yes, like this, there. There we go. Materialism and physicalism. What is reality made of? Classic materialism. The earliest form comes from Democritus. He proposed that reality consists of atoms, indivisible units. Now we know today that atoms themselves are divisible. So this was an initial early step in trying to understand that process. The void, empty space. So space was a thing in itself that contained emptiness. This idea is radically naturalistic, right? No gods shaping reality, no immaterial souls, just physical processes. Early steps going into the direction of natural philosophy. Here we see the attention coming away from the gods and putting these processes, the divinity, within nature itself, all just based on reasoning. No experimentations yet. Later, this view was revived in early modern philosophy by Thomas Hobbes. He's in the Renaissance in the Enlightenment period. Hobbes comes up and Hobbes says, Hobbes puts a stricter version. Even thought and consciousness are motions of matter. Hmm. So he had the idea that these thoughts, our consciousness, was a physical thing like matter itself, a tangible. You can see the assumptions that are being made here already, right? So stay with me, walk with me slowly. What does he do? This is important because the mind is now pulled into the physical world. Remember Lemaitre and the French materialists? They decided that the human body was a machine. What were the consequences for that? They had to flee their country, live in exile, and die in exile. Right? They were fleeing for their lives because this position radically opposed anything that the state was thinking about. The problem with matter, though, now we can see already by me just stating that this man thought that the mind or consciousness, which is an emergent property of the brain, would actually be physical in the sense of material, right? That produced the problem. But it was a necessary step to get where we are today. Let's acknowledge that. But as we say, science is a self-correcting mechanism. So once we have somewhere, we don't stay there. We continue to refine, continue to look, and lo and behold, here's where materialism starts to crack with the rise of modern physics. Especially, you see it already, Albert Einstein. We learned that reality is not just solid stuff. We looked at that last night. Space time can actually bend and fold. Space time. Wait, you mean the thing that the astronauts fly in and around in space. That's an actual stuff? Yes, it is stuff. It isn't matter, but it is physical. We proved that last night. Let's go. Instead, we get space-time. Space-time, fabric of reality. Space-time. Energy, mass, equivalence. Energy is mass and equivalence, right? It's in either form. E is mc squared. Fields instead of particles are fundamentals. So the particles that we consider like photons, they are not fundamental. The fields that they operate within, Higgs fields, gravitational fields, etc., etc. Right? So we see a shift from what we perceive as touchable, feelable. That is reality, to understanding that reality is physical doesn't necessarily mean that it's matter. Doesn't mean you're going to grab it. You're going to see that soon. Matter is no longer a stable concept. He moves the goalpost on this and reconstruct. No, 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 no. Can't be looking for matter. Everything is not physical in that sense. Not everything is matter, intangible material in that sense. More physical. You have to change the terminology. The photon, light as a physical entity. Light is made of discrete units called photons. What is that? Wave function collapse. You know all about this stuff, right? You've been talking about it forever. Photons have no rest mass. Ooh. So that means they have no mass. That means they have no weight. That means they are not physical in that sense, right? Anthony was talking about this last thing. Beautiful. The synergy is amazing. I keep saying it. It has a constant speed. It emerges at that speed and has nothing to impede it. So it continues to move at that speed. Energy tied to frequency. So this is where the red shift and the blue shift come into play. When he's moving away, when a photon is moving away from a planet, the planet is extracting its gravity on it, which is slowing it down, extracting energy from it, right? That's why you get the red and the blue shift. The red shift is when it's going away, and the blue shift is when it's coming towards an energy source, towards a gravitational source. It speeds up the energy, and that's why you get the emission of blue, the blue spectrum. That's why we know if a particle is coming or going from us. What Albert Einstein demonstrates with this, a photoelectric effect. Light is not mystical. It is quantized, measurable, and physical. Yes, physical and measurable and quantized. But it's not physical. It has no mass. Has no mass, but it's still measurable. See, physical doesn't necessarily mean matter. Light behaves both as a wave, the interfering patterns. It fluctuates based on the energy it's emit, whether it's being pulled or pushed on. Going to stretch out those waves, those wave patterns, or it's going to shorten them, which is going to increase the frequency, or flattening out the frequency, determine which spectrum of light you're going to be visible. And that's how we do spectrometry. And it operates as a particle, as a photon. The split experiment comes here again. So the dual nature of a photon. That is counterintuitive. It has no mass, it has no weight, yet it is a physical thing. It isn't matter, you can't grab it, but it is still a physical thing. That's important to understand here on out. This is known as the wave particle duality. It can collapse as a weight, as a weight, as a particle, right? You can measure it. Boom, look it there, that particular particle, and then still it functions as this source that produces this spectrum called light. That's the wave function of it. When it collapses as a particle, as a photon. When it functions as a wave, it produces a thing called light. So, reality isn't what feels intuitive. Physical isn't simple or classical. Strangeness does not imply supernatural, folks. Spooky entanglement at a distance means supernatural. No, it's a particular phenomena that we cannot quite describe yet. However, being based on understanding physicality, we understand that it is within the realm of the natural world. There's nothing outside of nature. Continue. It reflects deeper physical laws. That's all. Nature is counterintuitive. It doesn't have to operate based on how we understand. We understand and we observe things based on causal reality, and based on our understanding now, based on what Hume has described in these philosophers, we know the limitations of our natural senses. We assume the sun will rise and set. We have no causal reason to assume so. Only by recognizing the pattern over time we have a true justified belief. So we assume physicality. You must be able to touch it, tangible. We understand how wind works, yet it operates under the same metrics, right? We cannot actually hold those particles, but they have the ability to blow a sail. Photons interact with the retina, and they trigger neural signals. Brain process these signals into visual experience, the interface. It is studied in neuroscience, physicality. We can actually study these processes. We understand how they work. This is important because it takes it right back into the realm of nature, of methodological naturalism, and being able to test and observe and predict and use these things in models, which makes it part of the natural world. Perception begins with physical interaction. No need for non-physical explanation. So right here, we are grounding everything about this concept within the physical world. Your observations don't have no influence on the collapse. Your eyesight or thinking about the way it functions isn't what causes it to collapse. It's the measurement of it. It's determining the actuality at a particular point, given point. And the fact that you can do that with what we perceive as a wave, and it collapses into a particular particle, a particular geometric, a particular particular point in time and space. This is what makes it. That is what makes that photon also operate as a particle. But when you hear particle, you automatically assume mass, something you can grab and touch. And the reality is it's not. That's a counterintuitive nature. Experience emerges from physical processes, starting with light itself. Let's continue. The birth of physicalism. So Around the 20th century, we get Otto Neurath. We talked about him in the opening. And we get Rudolf Carnap. These two men, these two gentlemen, part of the Vienna Circle, established what we now know as physicalism, which was the actual move away from materialism. Einstein's work with the space-time, general and special relativity, moved philosophy in a direction where it needed to account for this within its framework. Again, science comes out and belongs to philosophy, particular branch of philosophy, not philosophy dealing with ethics and morals of speech and proper use of terminology, not old outdated Descartesian logics, but with empiricism under the epistemology of how do we know what we know, quantifiable, true, justifiable beliefs. The Vienna Circle was a group of philosophers, scientists, and mathematicians who met in Vienna in the 1920s and 30s to develop logical positivism. In our next episode of CedTalks, we will be diving into logical positivism and that subject specifically. So this is a prelude to what is in the next episode. They replaced materialism with physicalism, like I just explained. Not everything is matter, but everything is describable in the language of physics. Now, which language does physics use? They use mathematical equations. That's why math forms the proof for the evidence that we have when we're describing reality. So it doesn't need to be material or matter in that sense, but we understand that everything within space-time, including space-time itself, is physical. We can bend and manipulate space-time by means of gravity produced by large objects in space. We see how space-time bends because of how the light bends around planets. This is a major philosophical upgrade. Why? Refining the view. So now we got mind equals brain. You see how it's starting to come together now, because we now accept that the product of your brain, which is consciousness, is physical, doesn't need to be matter. Get that? Now the question becomes unavoidable. If everything is physical, what about the mind? What about it? The mind is an emergent product of the brain that goes beyond questioning. So if it emerges from matter, can it be physical? If space time is physical yet not tangible, why not the processes of the brain? Why not consciousness? How is it not physical? That is the question, moral. This is where later philosophers stepped in. So now we get the identity theory. See, I told y'all once we enter this conversation, we are going to be going down rabbit holes that are quite interesting, because I told you science is a way of thinking, not the byproducts you see, not the fancy iPhone or the new sophisticated James Webb telescope. These are byproducts of a way of thinking. I warned y'all. JJC Smart and his colleague David Armstrong, thinkers, told y'all this is a philosophical endeavor. It's about how we reason, how we think, and how we process information. So now the identity theory steps in. And they argue mental states are identical to brain states. Oh, where do we see this coming back? Shout out to Sosa, neuroscience, evolutionary psychology. We are now starting to map the brain because we've developed the technology to be able to map brain processes. Now, things like duality and free will concepts, philosophical concepts developed without any scientific underpinning, are now being challenged in real time because we see the brain activity producing a decision before you're consciously aware of it. Early stages, still being developed. Shout out to the Brain Show. Shout out to Sosa as well. Sure, these two programs of pseudo killers will dive into the things much more specifically. But we're talking about the philosophical shift right now in thinking. Mental states are identical to brain states, and we understand brain states. You can do an EKG on the brain and see the brain activity. We know the neurons are firing. No one's gonna argue that, right? But the byproduct is identically physical, just as space-time is. Right outside of you right now, that's space-time. It is physical. You can't grab an ounce of it, though. Let's be honest. Pain, for example, isn't something mystical. Pain is a neural activity. Now we understand this and accept this, right? The reaction on the spot produces a neural activity which signals out pain, something physical. So, naturalizing philosophy. Now, the arguments, there's no natural philosophy yet. Here we're seeing how philosophy is being naturalized, which means philosophy is no longer allowed to operate in the noumena free willy. We have a special branch for that. We call that theology, where you guys can go and do your Descartesian logic and do all that required brain exercise for your peace of mind safely behind the wall of the noumena. But philosophy, in terms of understanding the natural world around us, which was the impetus of this whole endeavor from way back with Thales and these dudes, however rudimentary, that was the objective, to understand the natural world. We no longer accept an authoritarian position, and that manner failed to produce adequate results. But the intent was to understand the natural world, thus natural philosophy. So here we see again philosophy being brought back to its actual intent by those who really understand the pillar of it. The intent was never to be an instrument for grandstanding and creating your presuppositional positions because you have logical coherence with no actuality behind it. Because you want to employ Descartes' philosophy of abstract actuality, thereby my brain and my reasoning being sufficient to substantiate any claim that it may propose. Get out of here. Then comes WVO Queen. Cool dude. Check the hat. Queen pushes this even further. Gotcha. Gotcha. I got all you pseudos. Y'all see how I got y'all? Y'all right here now. It is in your face. You can't get away from it. Stop it. Stop the philosophizing. Stop the over whooping your presuppositional, unsupported, arbitrary, metaphysical claims. Quinn says, stop it. Philosophy is not separate from science. It's a it is continuous with it. So there ain't no room for you guys to escape. There is no place you can hide. The only place you can resort to is run behind that nominal wall that can't produce. And once you're behind there, you're safely tucked away from the rest of the real world. Because over here, Quinn says, we gonna maintain the integrity of philosophy, which was an attempt to understand the real world. That's why Sean Carroll is a natural philosopher in the highest degree, because his theoretical physics is composed of actual physics. His job is to simply imagine, think how these things could work otherwise. Doesn't mean that these hypotheses are able to be tested or to be proven true. It is stimulating the science to investigate these ideas, develop the hypotheses necessary and the experimentations necessary to validate or falsify these hypotheses. This is the system from way when Hawkins, Einstein, Sean Carroll, Penrose. They are consistently pushing the bar in terms of how we think. However, their constraints are that their math and their hypotheses must use established, confirmed physics. Why? Because they are not allowed to operate within the realm of metaphysics, mean they are not allowed to make it up. Y'all been doing this nonsense for years when the work has been done right here. There's a special branch for what you guys do. That's called theology. Go over there in the Kantian wall. But over here, we have no room for the nonsense anymore. Trying to make philosophy something different than understanding the natural world because we can play with words. Go ahead, get out of here. This reinforces physicalism as the default framework. Default framework for what? Even philosophical engagements. I told y'all not equipped to have these conversations with me. Stop it. The boom, vam, 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 vam. There's no first philosophy. Stop it. Stop it. That's why I know we flim-flamming. No armchair metaphysics detached from science. None. None. That's why I am hard as rock. That's why I'm rigid. That's why there's no room to interject. None of it. I'm not interested. I don't want to hear it. It's a waste of our intellectual capacity. We do not grow from your metaphysical assertions that do not meet the grade today, neither within science nor within philosophy itself. See through the flim-flam. Creationists and believers trying to smuggle their philosophical assumptions into the real world. You're trying to smuggle your nonsense over that Kantian wall, and you cannot do it. The community and the pseudo killers are way too astute. Now, of course, all that was necessary to introduce our good brother David Chalmers. He argues, even if the brain explains behavior, it doesn't fully explain subjective experience. They must find a way to maintain a healthy conversation. All right, let's entertain. Let's entertain it for a minute. Two, I have no idea how any of you experience the world. I do not have a clue how your interface works. specifically down to the detail. Why do we know that and we understand that? Because every human being is unique. Their genetic makeup is unique. Even in identical twins, their epigenetic expression differs. So, within the realm of science, this is understood as something that just goes with the with understanding biological agents. That's simply something that goes with understanding biological agents. Why would there be a uniformity in experience? That's the first question. Why would we assume a uniformity in experience when we understand that big cats and there are snakes experience the world differently? I know that my dog sees everything in a higher with a higher frequency than I do, right? When I see a rabbit run across the room, boom, the dog is seeing a rabbit actually walk, boom, boom, boom. That's why they're able to predict with such accuracy where that animal is going to be in 2 seconds to catch them, because they are processing that situation. Their speed, the rate of their frame is at a higher rate, so they see things slower than we do. We understand this. So how and why would the subjective nature of your individual experience be such an issue when, based on our collective experience, we can navigate reality without communication issues? When I say red apple, you might not see the apple, the red, the way I see it, but you can identify the same object. Now, then there's levels of subjectivity. I might like red apples because I find them sweet. Another human being might say they prefer or like Granny Smith apples exactly because they are sour. There is no necessity for us to be able to quantify each other's quality of experience. But this is Chalmers' position, and he's the philosopher, so he's entitled to it. So, this is what becomes the famous hard problem of consciousness, or better known as the hard problem. Is it really a hard problem? Je ne sais, you tell me. Hard problem of consciousness. Brain, objective, physical, describable. On the other hand, you have the subjective, private, ineffable, right? So you can't really measure that, test it. It's subjective. Now, is it a problem though? Is there a uniformity that is necessary in experience? And we have that, right? We all stop at a red light. Well, some of us, most of us, we understand and we share these concepts, right? When I point to the big oak tree, whether you're seeing the exact same thing that I'm seeing, whether your interface is exactly the same as mine, is irrelevant, because we are now conceptually identifying the exact same thing. So the interface that we are using is sufficient for communication under the species. Now, do I understand or will ever know how a bat experiences the world through its sonar? No, that's a quality experience that I cannot describe either. Yet, I can objectively describe how sonar works, how resonant work, how they might be producing images. We can do that part, but the subjective part and the fact the question is within science: is it an issue? Is it an issue? That's a question for each individual person to deal with. It is known as the hard problem of consciousness. I understand the concept of it. It is an interesting area of debate and discussion. However, there will be no end to that discussion because of how we are as biological units, right? We each develop a slightly different interface with this thing that we call reality. It is general enough so that when we point to the big oak tree, everybody within that vicinity that has developed the same nomenclature and same definitions will be able to identify said object. So again, It is a philosophical hard problem of consciousness, not necessarily one that translates into hard data problem. Synthesis. So, Democritus, way back when, reality is made out of atoms, indivisible. This, like, y'all don't, like, he had no instruments, no manner of being able to identify or actually do this. This is just a man thinking, bro. Like, y'all need to slow down for a second and think about it. He thought his way to an indivisible particle called atom. Now, with modern science, CERN, and this, we have collided. We got quarks, and we got it keeps going. Now we want to collide the quarks to do more work in understanding the dimensions of the Higgs and the Higgs particles. Right, the time that they are present is so short. We need to collide in such a way that we produce more of them to do this actual stuff. Quite interesting. But without any of these instruments, this man was already he was on to something, like we say. Then Thomas Hobbes, mind is matter in motion. Now, understand here. Since the smallest particles of reality are indivisible atoms, it's a matter thing. So, if the mind is made up of the smallest indivisible thing, so the mind is matter in motion, logically follows. Yeah, nature operates counterintuitively. And that's a fact. You know that nature operates counterintuitively. When we're looking at the development, you see how these things develop. Now, Einstein, matter isn't fundamental, bro. And I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show you space time on bend. I'm gonna show you light on curve. When there's no reason for it to curve other than it's subject to the gravitational forces inflicted on it by its proximity to a particular phenomenon. Boom, bam, boom, boom. There you go. Einstein's that man. See Einstein? What he doing? He's a scientist, right? What he was doing just now? Philosophizing, right? Conceptual understanding of reality based on the science that he was producing. Why? Because science seeks to explain reality. Where did that quest start? We started with the mind. Natural philosophers wanted to explain reality. You see how that vicious circle comes back. Why do we have these silly arguments? Carnap, Otto Neurath, and Rudolf. Physicalism replaces materialism. We're going to get into the Vienna Convention and logical positivism and that stuff in the subsequent episodes, but this is where we're going. Glad you're on this ride with me. Let's go. JJC Smart and David Armstrong. Mind is brain, and brain is matter. Brain is matter, and the matter produces a product. The product is called mind. Emergent property of the brain is called mind. I don't care. Nobody else be telling you. They're trying to sell you some foolishness. They are trying to sell you the quantum woo. Next thing they'll be giving you a self-help book that you can imagine yourself to better prosperity. Don't buy it. Don't buy it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. This scamming. This scamming. Ain't no help book gonna make you imagine yourself to nothing. You gonna have to roll up your sleeve a la bacon, get on that boat and go discover the world for yourself. You ain't sitting nowhere activating your chakra third eye and imagining nothing into reality. It ain't happening. You ain't collapsing no wave function. You ain't doing none of it. None of it. I'm sorry. None of it. None. Do you hear me? Don't argue with me. I said, do not argue with me. And I'm not telling you to go write a paper and argue with and write the Stanford and like, no, just don't argue. Sit down, be quiet. You're not an armchair philosopher. taking the information, accept it, synthesize it with your reality, and keep it moving. You're not in a position to do no revisionism. You're not in a position to argue against nothing that's being presented. Understand it. I like the hat. I really like the hat. I like the hat. WVO Quinn. Philosophy is continuous with science. So don't, man, y'all understand why y'all be getting under my last nerve? Do y'all see why y'all be getting on my last nerve? You presuppositionalist nonsense with your arbitrary metaphysical assertions as if philosophy is your green card or your get out of jail card to run around the place as if you were let out from behind that Kantian wall. Stop it. Get here. Scientific literacy isn't about doing science. Scientific literacy is about your brain, how you think, reason, and navigate through reality. Stop it. The cat's out of the bag. Y'all been had. We been known y'all flim flam. We been known like now y'all ready to understand and accept that you are. But y'all been flim flamming. It is what it is. David Chalmers, he is the remaining challenge, and I just propose the realism challenge. This is what people like Robert Sapolsky and other set. I forget his last name now. Suzanne Blackwell, Dr. Suzanne Blackwell. These are the authors, both philosophers and science, who actually push back against these theories. And you see, when it comes to this X aspect of philosophy, it is quite closely related to science. Most of the neuroscientists are actual philosophers, and they overlap with this particular field. Neuroscience and philosophy are pretty much hand in hand these days, right? Because it is taking y'all woo-ness and putting it in its proper perspective. Again, y'all just read, science is continuous. Philosophy is continuous with science. These things evolve, they step up hand in hand. How can you have a scientific reality over here and have a philosophical paradigm that doesn't match the reality when philosophy is trying to understand reality? Then you're going to come and sit and have me, give me your whole Descartesian logic, which Newton put to rest. Who you trying to scam? Y'all be scamming. Y'all know y'all be scamming. Flim, flam, scam, boom, bam, bam. Physicalism wasn't invented. It was forced into existence by the process of science. So now you're seeing science becoming an instrument of how we reason. You see, first it was we reason, and then we apply those reasoning to nature. Now nature is telling you, Paul, you better change your mind and fix your thought. That don't work for you. This is what it is. Fix it. Get your mind right. Get your mind right. Every time our understanding of reality improves, philosophy had to adapt. The way we think about reality to adapt when reality proves itself different to what we thought. Empiricism, epistemology, is telling us we use proper epistemology. True justified belief. My beliefs are concurrent with what the data and what the reality is telling me. So again, how do you propose to have these fairy tale discussions when we're grounded in both philosophy and science shall be flim-flamming. And what we now call physicalism is simply the most refined version of that adaptation. Merci. Thank y'all for listening to another CedTalks. I'm going to drop the link early. You don't have to stay in here all day. Tomorrow we'll be back at you with hit the button show. I dropped the link early. This should be an interesting discussion this afternoon because I have just taken your last refuge of the woo. Huh? You know, you don't have the room anymore. You don't have the room anymore. You don't. Oh. I wonder where Lex is hiding. This would be a good episode to have Lex up here, have that discussion about these concepts. Sunchild, Ron, you see how you can't get away with the things you guys have been doing consistently and inconsistently. The arguments you're trying to have that are not what it is. Yeah, thank y'all. I appreciate it. I'm going to play a little music. Let some people get up in here. Y'all know which song we're going to play. As long as we are in this arena, there's one song that I got to play.
What's your ideology? Seems to be the question round here lately. Every discussion rooted in blackology, fueled by the lack of integrity. Case in point, the so-called tragedy, misleading the people.
Anthony, if you can jump up here, we can bounce off of each other because these two subjects actually get a beautiful. The link is in the chat.
Come of us, king's monologue. It must be a conspiracy. Nostalgia got them stuck in the past. Always reliving history. Ask Dr. Ben and Clark. Say their names, here's our spark. All one big fantasy. Smoke and mirrors, only confusion, no clarity. The nigga pro, no crazy. Van Sermon and Rashid. Now he teaching God energy, but that's another story. Reggie out here seeking glory. For him it's about his legacy. Highest little movement ended prematurely. Reggie was denied his opportunity. He signed at the feet so surely. It was meant to be his destiny to the king of psychology. That's your ideology. Seems to be the question round here lately. Confirmation tests that affected him emotionally. Reggie came loaded with more pseudo-foolery. Yet another battle he lost horribly. Obviously, Reggie, you're not ready. Ideology got you looking stupid, silly. Squints in his eyes. Where he lies, its look is ugly. You will never beat me. I've got no emotions, no ideology. That's the difference between you and me. Oh, and don't try that. You got a degree. The name dropping don't work on me. I ain't never been a victim of psychology. What's your ideology? Seems to be a question round here lately.
Suncha, come up here, Suncha. Let's talk about reality now that we understand that everything, including space-time, is physical. That every phenomena, whether we can explain it or not, is within the physical realm. And once we explain these phenomena, they will be natural processes. There is absolutely no reason to engage in supernatural discussions. See, often the claim is made, atheists run to science. No, you have scientifically literate people. We're not scientists, we're scientifically literate. You see, we understand the grounds of philosophy. What y'all attempt to do too often is pretend that philosophy allows y'all to stay in the arena of myth, in the arena of metaphysics, and quite frankly, it doesn't. Right? Those claims are only discussed in the theological sense. That's the only place where that Kantian wall that you can stay behind and engage in the noumena. Far too often, y'all try to act in the phenomena with noumena positions. And even within philosophy, you just read Quinn said, no. Philosophy goes hand in hand with science. And it is a logical conclusion. Why? Because philosophy attempts to explain the natural world. How do you get it from around that? That's the question. Anybody who think they can answer that question, please hit the link, come up here, and let us know, and let us see if you're able to uh, to substantiate your metaphysical assertion. Another one bites the dust. Dun, dun, dun. Another one tries, and another one tries. Another one bites the dust. Yes, so Friday's episode, we're going back into positive, logical positivism and the natural evolution of what we're talking about. And as we continue these programs, we're going to continue to close the door around assertions being made in the community, right? There is no need to attack one's belief. Once given the right tools, you yourself can assess your own belief, your own rationality by applying these tools, right? What we're doing is taking away the ability to continue to make up excuses, to engage dishonesty in conversations, right? Running to a philosophy and hiding behind presuppositions when we understand that within modern philosophy, you still cannot do the things you're trying to do. Have no fear for atomic energy, because none of them can stop the time. How long shall we live up prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just the point of it. Some child want to fulfill the book. Won't you help me sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, rebellion songs, songs of freedom. You know where you get that freedom, sunshine? You know where you get the freedom? You get the freedom through scientific literacy. It frees your mind from all the shackles that they're in right now, from all the conversations that you have that don't make no sense whatsoever. So y'all engaging with a redemption song, but staying tied to the same thing that enslaved y'all. The irony. The irony. The irony. No, he wasn't a scientist. He didn't need to be. He was a natural philosopher. Natural philosophy goes hand in hand with science. Either way, it is an attempt to understand reality in its purest and most authentic form, right? Yes, I know I am. Oh, what else could it be? What else could be? Man is man who create gods, and it's the one that you give the authority to is your God. I gave no such authority to no human being. I gave that authority to nature, and I use tools provided by man to understand nature best, which where I have no authority, none. Ah, why science doesn't make music? This is the level of the arguments and the retort I'm getting now. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Yes, the exodus needs to take place in the mind. That's where the exodus needs to take place. Ballad. Hey, ballad. I seem like I'm gonna do a short show today. Information is starting to hit home. The synthesis is starting to reach to the point where we do not get the pushback anymore. We're becoming the academic arena and the academic environment which we want it to be. But this is a great subject. I thought this is the opportunity y'all are waiting for the pushback. Because this is a realm where y'all like to interject your supernatural claims. But of course, you would have to address Quinn's position where that is concerned. Ah, ah. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is hilarious. This is hilarious. I know y'all wasn't gonna show up the day after this one. That's why I was listening so interested in the back chat today. I was so listening with such enthusiasm in the back chat today because I know y'all wasn't gonna touch this subject. Not after today. I think we are starting to make real progress in this community when we are putting the claims to rest in such a way that the most most popular metaphysical discussion isn't being had. This is amazing. We are getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere, folks. All right. So if we don't get anyone showing up, I'm end this show and maybe we do a hit the button show a little bit later because of course I am going to continue to put down this academic and pedagogic work which is the foundation of how we think, how we reason, and how we approach reality. Remember, scientific literacy is the vaccine against the charlatan, scammers, hoodwinkers, hustlers in the community. I'm gonna play some music, take us on out of here, and hopefully see you back in a little bit with a hit the button show. All right, thank y'all for stopping in. Thank y'all for supporting the CedTalks. I'm gonna see you all on a Friday again when we go into logical positivism and continue to close the loop around the pseudos, the flim flammers, the scammers, and the hustlers in the community. The conversation has shifted. Scientific literacy is where Rasta not afraid yet. Man, you big coward, see. You big coward, see. You're not afraid, but you run. You're running. All right, we'll be back on Friday with another Set Talks where we will be discussing logical positivism, the founders, the architects, and the figures therein. We will be going in to the relevance of the Vienna Circle, what that meant for philosophy and for science as a whole. As we continue with this series, we are laying the groundwork and the foundation for reasoning and for healthy and productive conversations in the future. These are the type of videos that our kids need to be engaged in, getting them prepared for college life, getting them prepared for life in general. Again, scientific literacy is the vaccine against the charlatans, scammers, hoodwinkers, hustlers in your community. Scientific literacy allows you to make decisions that is best for you, your family, and the community at large. I don't know what time I'll do the hit the button show. I don't know if I'm gonna do the hit the button show, but we keep the channel bubbling, bumping and rocking. So we most likely be back. I'll have to link up with the God Killer, see who we gonna hit a drive by on, and probably be back. We got sufficient material for months and months to do drive bys on the proponents that have been dragging our names. Making disparaging remarks, trying to tarnish the brand. The last effort was to harm the credibility of a scholar, attempting to create the illusion as if the scholar was paid to come and push a particular narrative. In the arena of academia, that is blasphemy. That would never be something we do. That is questioning our integrity. And to have your integrity questioned by a habitual liar, a structural liar, warrants a drive-by, warrants an exposure, warrants a beat up. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for Sosa's World. We're working on getting the brain show back active. Anthony will be back next week, Tuesday for sure, maybe later on this week. Stay tuned for Sunday, Sunday morning Sunday school. And of course, Malcolm will be back with the Med Talk later that evening. The Pseudo Killers channel, the community of skeptics, subscribe. We are bringing you high quality programming almost 7 days a week. This is your home for intellectual integrity, man. After American Dream, what's good, my brother? You got the floor.
Hey, what's happening, Cedric?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm all right, man. I'm here doing some yard work. I wanted to speak with you about one little thing, if I could.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was watching Sonetta one time, not too long ago, and Sonetta had up I think he had up a picture of Mount Rushmore, the community of skeptics Mount Rushmore, and he had on it he had Ankh was a part of Mount Rushmore as well as Brother Reggie. And when he showed the picture to Ankh kind of gave it his blessing. That he said he liked it, and I guess that meant that he approved of everyone that was on Mount Rushmore. And in my view, there were maybe one or two people on there that I questioned whether they belonged on there, but one person that I thought definitely belonged on there was Reggie, was Brother Reggie. As far as long as I've known the conscious community, as long as I've tried to be a part of it.
What's your ideology? Seems to be the question round here lately. Every discussion rooted in blackology, fueled by the
So, before we go any further, let us explore and examine the possibilities on which Ankh probably concurred with the picture that was presented by Sonetta. There could be a number of reasons. One, he
Sure.
approved of the picture with everyone on it, concurring that these are the individuals of the Mount Rushmore of the conscious community. Could be he was appreciative of the picture because he was considered in it, just flattery. Maybe because it was a creative idea overall, an attempt to honor individuals in the community. Does that necessarily mean that you agree with each individual on there? No. Does that mean that you have to? No. Why? This is Sarnetta's opinion, right? The fact that I'm
Sure.
included, I appreciate it. Does that mean that I agree personally with everyone that's on there? No. I'm in a position to argue with one individual's personal belief. No. However, drawing a conclusion that I automatically concur with everything and the whole idea of any of it, right? That's a premature conclusion because there are many variables
Well,
available.
sure. My issue isn't whether Ankh agrees that Reggie should be on Mount Rushmore or not.
Okay, good.
But me personally, if I was
Mhm,
to pick a Mount Rushmore, I would
mhm,
put Reggie on it. One of the reasons I would put Reggie on it is because, like I said, since I've been a part of the community, Reggie has been there, and Reggie has been there way longer than I even dreamt of being a part of this community. And there are a lot of people that have come and gone from this community. A lot of people. When I first started, there were a lot of names out there, and we don't see or hear from any of them anymore.
mhm,
Reggie, we hear from
mhm,
Reggie every day, and Reggie is still a part of this
mhm.
community, giving of himself, giving of what he's learned. And so in my view, I think that 80, 85, 90% of people would keep Reggie on that Mount Rushmore of the Black conscious community. And so, for that reason, given that I think he belongs there, I just think that, to have songs about him, to make special songs for him, is just a little out there to me.
Integrity, case in point, the so-called tragedy,
Misleading
misleading the
the
people,
people,
high
I live in fool.
smash, come
Smash
on first,
every
King's
verse,
monologue.
things not
It
alone.
must be
It
a
must be a
conspiracy.
conspiracy.
Nostalgia got him stuck in the
It's up in
past.
the past.
Always
Always
believe in
believe in
history.
history. And I like him.
Ask
Yes,
the
God.
forbidden and
That's a
clock.
good God.
Say their names, here's our spot. All one big
One big
fantasy.
fantasy.
Smoke and mirrors, only confusion, no clarity.
No
The
clarity.
nigga bro, no crazy. Van Serma and Rashid.
Which one I like?
Now
Tell me.
they teaching God energy, but that's another story.
That's my story.
Reggie out here seeking glory.
Freaking glory.
For him it's about his legacy. Highest to the movement ended prematurely. Reggie was denied his opportunity.
His
He
opportunity.
sat at the feet
Sat at
so
the feet.
surely.
So
It was meant to be
It was
his
meant to be
destiny to the king of psychology.
Black apology. I ain't lie yet. I ain't lie yet. So longevity, right? It's like COVID. It's endemic now. That means every year somebody gonna get COVID and somebody gonna get dead. Means it's gonna be there forever, ever, forever, ever, ever, ever. Longevity means good. See, these type of equations I don't make them because my mind do not operate on these simple paradigms. I evaluate you based on what you have produced. And all you produce is confusion. All you produce is revisionism. You've never taught people to adequately process information. That was never in your best interest because you were part of selling the flim flam to the people. Egypt is black. The Nubians taught the Egyptians their language. That's in your Black City plan. Bullshit. You know it and I know it. How does that help the community grow? We are over here teaching scientific literacy We are teaching the history and the development of the scientific process, scientific thinking. Reggie has us arguing equivocation fallacies. 1 minute, all science is knowledge. The next minute, natural philosophy, a form of acquiring knowledge, is not science. Confusion. Weeks of confusion. Narratives. Lies. Plain out lies. Lies. Bold-faced lies. I treated Reggie with some integrity, some respect. Like Reggie, African science, what are we talking about? African science, when you say African science, you're trying to make an equivocation to modern science. It's nothing of the sort. It's nothing of the sort. It's indigenous traditional culture. It says African science on the title. Is this an academic in your community that resorts to this type of behavior? You can
All
have
right.
him
So
on
even if
Rushmore all you want, but he's a scammer, a flim-flammer, a liar. And my loyalty is toward the process. My loyalty is toward methodological naturalism, the number one tool that helps you navigate reality. And based on using these tools, I can tell you Reggie's a flim-flammer, scammer, and plain out liar. Plain out. I don't have no punches to pull. I don't have no relationship. I ain't got no history. I ain't got none of that. I'm the perfect one. I don't give a damn. You either accurate with your information or you are a target in my scope. Done. I'll shake your hand, bro. Have a beer with you. I'll chill with you. I don't drink, so I won't have a beer. I'll have a Sprite, water. I'll chill with you. But when you step in this arena, I will rip your head off equally so. Stoics, I do not care. If it hurts your feelings, so be it.
yeah, well, it's one thing said.
Nothing you say, right? Because of course you're gonna start with all the rhetoric like kissing birds and talk about my lupus as if you understand what an autoimmune disease is. Who kiss a bird? How you kiss a bird? That's a trick. That's all of that is fine. When you go on a campaign lying about the academia that we were engaged in, the article that I bring up, clearly proving you wrong. You lie about the intent. You create a narrative which is not the reality. All of these things are a testament to your character as a human being. You are a fraud. You are a phony, and I have no problem telling you so. Like, I ain't saying it behind your back. The song says everything. I will, each word, everything I say, I stand by. You were tolerated. I'm watching this dude flim-flamming from long time. I go and I study the archaeology. I do all the research. I understand that Fayum, its area had settlements, developments in and of its own. Nobody was waiting for nobody to come from the south. They've been carrying that stuff and doing as if these people come from across the Western Sahara. No, they come from west in the Sahara. All flim-flam. Either you're ignorant to the subject matter. For 30 years, we've been studying this stuff. Cedric's around here before. And I understand this stuff better than you ever can. Hiding behind, I can read the meta-nature. You can read it, but you can't contextualize it because you're practicing scientism. You look at the past with modern eyes with this racialized concept because you so emotionally hurt by racism. I understand it. I'm not saying it, I'm undermining it. I'm telling you scientific literacy put things in perspective and you can deal with things from an honest view. Not from selling your people a narrative, a feel-good narrative, and keeping them stuck in the same mental position. You're a fraud. You're a scammer. You're a phony. And the moment you try to cross paths with someone who's genuine and has integrity in this arena, you got exposed for what you are. There is no going back. Sam I am, lying, scamming Reggie, flim-flamming fraud.
Yeah, so it does sound, Cedric, that it's a little more personal than anything else. It sounds as if he said some things about you that has been personal.
Irrelevant.
And
Mind you, I told you it was irrelevant. We are talking about the article that we brought up in the discussion. You are lying. We talk about Egypt. You are lying. We talk about the scheme map. You are lying. You interject individuals into the community that are playing out liars. Camiverse, King's monologue. At which point am I? Tell me
why isn't he just
when I'm
wrong,
wrong.
Cedric?
Tell me
Cedric,
when
why
I'm
isn't he
wrong.
just wrong? Why is
Tell
he lying? Why isn't
tell
he just
him
wrong?
Why is he lying? Because when
No,
you
no, no, no. That's not what. Listen to the question I'm asking. Said, why isn't he just wrong? Like, why
uh,
is he lying?
why is
Like,
he lying?
you
Because
can be wrong without lying.
he's doubling down on narrative, which when he knows it isn't true. When corrected, he doubles down again. At this point, you are lying. You are lying when you create a narrative about my intent with an article. You are lying. You are lying when you reduce the argument to what's on the title. You are lying. You're not wrong. You're wrong when you're corrected one time and you say, "Oh, I get it now. I understand." You are lying when you double down and you engage in fallacious activity after being made aware of your arguments are fallacious. When you realize that you're doing a semantic trap and you're engaging in equivocation fallacy, when you're flatlining, creating a linear progression, not acknowledging the epistemic rupture, when that is made clear to you and you insist on your revisionist narrative, you're a f***ing liar. Not just a liar, you're a effing liar. Now, you could have him on your Mount Rushmore all you want. I don't have Mount Rushmore because I respect the science. I use the history of science, the individuals in science, and I dissect them as human beings. They are no gods to me. I have no gods. Nothing is holy. So I have no Mount Rushmore. You may need one. But for me, you're just a man like everybody else, fallible like all of us. And you'll be
No,
dissected.
I think you're mistaking Mount Rushmore with Mount Olympus. Mount Rushmore is for men, not for
Exactly. I
gods.
have no gods. I worship no man. I put no man on no
Putting him on
pedestal.
Mount
None.
Rushmore doesn't make him a
I
god.
put
Putting him
no
on Mount
man
Rushmore
on
doesn't
no
make.
pedestal. I put no man on no pedestal. I venerate no man. No man has that value in my eyes. None.
I
They
don't
are
hear
all
you give any.
subject.
I don't hear you give
They are
any
all
pushback.
subject to the same process of methodological naturalism. So for
I
you,
don't hear you give
you
any
have a
pushback to
Mount
Ankh when he
Rushmore.
says he's on
You
Mount Olympus.
you have a Mount Rushmore. That is something relevant and important for you. It is insignificant to me and does not make me treat an individual any less than they need to be treated. Simple as. Like I say again, I'll have a bear with you, bro. Cool. The moment you open your mouth on this platform, you will be attacked the same way. Now, if you intellectually can't handle that, that's on you. You get the
Do you believe that
same
Ankh is on Mount Olympus?
intensity. You
Do you believe
Mount,
that Ankh is on Mount Olympus?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Science is
Yes.
undefeated. I stealth
No.
bombers.
So you believe Ankh is on Mount Olympus,
Stealth
but
bombers. We all
Reggie.
on Mount Olympus. I'm in a stealth bomber looking down on Mount Olympus.
But now
I'm
you're
the
contradicting
bodyguard.
yourself.
I'm
Now you're
I'm in the
contradicting
stealth
yourself,
bomber. I'm in the
Cedric.
stealth bomber. And when y'all try to reach up Mount Olympus, the stealth bomber flying over Mount Olympus, dropping them bombs. You got the pseudo
I
killer
thought y'all
army
didn't deal with
all the
gods.
way
Now you're
up there.
contradicting
You got the
yourself.
pseudo killer army that is all the way up there on Mount Olympus with all the missiles pointing down at y'all trying to climb up. There's only way to climb up. There's a golden rope called scientific literacy. It's hanging right there. But instead of y'all taking the golden rope and climbing up step by step, y'all try to climb up to the shortcuts, side of the mountains, and scrambling up the walls because y'all think the defense system isn't in place. Because you think he's sitting on Mount Olympus just chilling. When you're on Mount Olympus, it's hard work. To stay on Mount Olympus, you require reading, scientific literacy, accuracy in your information, integrity in the work you do. It's hard work staying on Mount Olympus. So, but that golden rope that's hanging down there is a free invitation for everybody to get up there. That's why the pseudo killers are on Mount Olympus. That's why I fly around specifically in the stealth bomber above Mount Olympus in the clouds.
But I
I
thought
am
you just said you
huge,
didn't make gods of
huge,
people, Cedric.
huge,
Cedric.
huge,
Cedric.
huge.
Cedric.
Mount
You
Olympus,
just
bro.
said you don't make gods of people.
Mount Olympus. I'm in a stealth bomber. I'm sitting on Mount Olympus, pseudo killer armies all around up there, high up on the peaks.
I'm
There's a
not. I'm
rope.
not. I'm not. I'm
There's
not.
a rope. There's a golden rope hanging down for every mortal man to climb up and get up there. Why y'all try to take the shortcuts? That's why y'all get shot up by very physical, real armory, real machinery.
You're contradicting yourself, Cedric. You're a ball of contradiction today, Ced.
Mhm.
I
I'm
don't know.
sure you think so. The words I'm using are very specific to indicate that there's no contradiction. You are trying to mythicize my position when you can't do that. Everything I'm
You just
saying
said you
is
don't put
grounding that
any man on Mount Olympus
everything
or
I'm
Mount
saying
Rushmore,
is
and then you
grounding
put
that
yourself
position
up
in
there.
reality. Yeah. We on a
You just
mountain.
said you don't put any man on
We
Mount
on a
Olympus or
mountain.
Mount
We on a
Rushmore,
mountain
and
of
then you
science.
put yourself up there.
We are on the mountain of science. Science is undefeated. It's a real thing. You know what? You know why that golden rope is hanging up there? Because it ain't exclusive. You want to come up there? Just climb up via the rope, bro. Who tell you it's exclusive? There's a rope hanging there. You can climb up Mount Olympus, but you want to take the shortcut. You want to be on Mount Olympus too. Y'all claiming science, but you want to do it via the shortcut. Mount Olympus is metaphor for science. It's not metaphor for venerating anybody. Everyone could climb Mount Olympus. This whole series was about taking the authority away from the man, putting it back in nature, and thereby empowering yourself. So if you don't understand the metaphor, Mount Olympus versus the metaphor, Mount Rushmore, that's on you. But I
But
think
Mount
I
Rushmore,
articulated the
the
difference
conscious
between.
community, Mount
I
Rushmore is a
think
metaphor as well,
I
Cedric.
articulated the two quite distinctly and quite well.
The conscious community, Mount Rushmore, is also a metaphor.
Yes, a
What?
metaphor for authority, a metaphor for authority, ancient way of doing things, the veneration of individual instead of the process. Mount Olympus is the mountain that is special. The fact that we are on it is because we climbed via the golden rope. That's all it is. You
Because y'all are gods. It's because y'all
you
are
could
gods.
you could be on Mount Olympus too, but you can't be on Mount Rushmore. That's a significant difference.
Okay. All right, said. I just think y'all ODing on brother Reggie, man. I just think every song y'all make, y'all going at him, and I just think he's contributed so much to this community. He deserves a little more respect.
Ideology seems to be the question round here lately. Confirmation bias, poor research quality, cherry picking data. That's a tragedy. Call yourself a scholar, then it's a travesty. You know it's right. Keep it trying to make science black. Who's confuses science with technology? Reggie, is this your idea of everything? A flame for blackology, a black city plan. Let me not digress. Don't wanna get lost in that mess. Even the skin map Reggie tried to contest that affected him emotionally. Reggie came loaded with more pseudo-foolery. Yet another battle he lost horribly. Obviously, Reggie, you're not ready. Ideology got you looking stupid, silly, squinting his eyes. When he lies, it looks
Well,
ugly.
you
You'll
know,
never
the
be
ancients had sloppy associations. Why you like? You appreciate life. You appreciate scamming. You appreciate flim flamming. Maybe you've been around the New York scene too long.
How
I
is he
have no
scamming?
appreciation for life.
How is he scamming, Cedric?
Scamming the intellectual property between people's ears.
Because you know
Trying to convince them.
a scam. So
But
so let me just a
flim flam
scam is
scamming.
when.
We use the pseudo killers use scamming for the intellectual property between your ears. We've never heard somebody talk about taking your money away from you. You understand the lexicon being used over here. Do not try to move the goalposts and change up the conversation. You ain't gonna do that.
No,
You
but
know what?
I'm saying, even if you're referring to it as intellectual property, like to
Yes, he's
call it a
scamming.
scam,
He's
he would
scamming.
have to be offering
He's
something but
scamming.
not delivering
He's
it.
scamming. He offering them lies, bullshit, flim flam, and can't deliver on it.
Okay. All right.
Flim-flamming the people, offering them stupidity and can't deliver on it. Whenever they go read the sources, it's not that.
Let me speak to you about something different. Then we've spoken about Reggie long enough, and again, I think it's something more personal than anything else.
Every time you say Reggie, give me a reason
No
to.
emotions, no ideology. That's the difference between you and me. Going don't try that.
Don't try to bad
The
agree.
name dropping.
The name dropping, no way found me.
I ain't never been a victim of black psychology. What's your ideology? Seems to be a question round here lately.
So go ahead.
Yeah. So new topic, if you don't mind.
New
Let me
topic.
ask you. I'm going to try and make an analogy, if you
Mm-hmm.
will, and you can tell me if you think the analogy works or where it breaks apart,
Will
and
do.
just why it doesn't work.
All right.
Um,
Will do. Let's go.
so when I think about how soccer came into being, right? Like I imagine that there were people, there were people just kicking a ball around, like they got a ball and they were just kicking it around, um, doing what they do, just kicking the ball around, juggling it, um, setting up a goal, scoring goals, and just having fun, just kicking a ball around. And then eventually, over time, someone decided that they were going to put some rules around it. Like they were going to make it where there had to be 11 people on each side. The field had to be a certain size. Um, there were two halves. You couldn't touch the ball with your hands. They just kind of formalized the game, if you will. Um, Now, would you say the person that formalized it is the one that invented football? Or would you say the people before him were playing football, and this person that formalized it just put certain rules around it, but the people before then were still just playing football?
This is a linear progression framework in which you take an action and you formalize it, right? And there's a process to that formalization, and there's the process of establishing and codifying the activity that you were doing. This is a very linear process. And in that linear process, you can still have the debate whether kicking the ball around was the sport or whether when it was formalized, whether that was a sport, whether it became a sport when it became competitive, that you have now teams playing against each other under these rules. Within that concept of linearity, you are going to have a discussion of when and how it started, right? Even within linearity, you have progressive states of things overlapping, right? Let me give you this analogy. If you have 1,000 glasses of water, and in each glass, you put the first glass, you have no uh, salt crystals. In the first glass, you put one salt crystal. In the second glass, you put two and three, etc., until you put 1,000 salt crystals in the last one. At which point does the water become salty?
At which point does the water become what?
At which point is the water salty?
Salty?
Yeah,
Um, that may be relative or subjective. But I would say when you put
exactly.
in.
Exactly. That's a very, very subjective position, right? And it would
Okay,
be
so are you saying that
it
are
would
you
be at any point in the equation. You start at 500 and you drink 501 to 510, you won't be able to tell the difference. You drink
right? So
from 1 to 10, you won't be able to tell the difference. When you drink 1,000 and you drink one, you will then be able to see the big jump. You still can't tell me at which point the water got salty because it's a linear
right.
process. and very overlapping, slow process. There is no singular point when you can say, here's where it starts.
Right. And we would also say the same thing about football. There's,
Yes,
you can't really
that's
say that the
within,
people.
that's within a linear progression. However, when you have a paradigm shift or an epistemic rupture, you are looking at horse and buggy, and you start with a very primitive system. A man pulling two pieces of stick, and he has some sticks across that, and on that he can put some stuff, right? That develops it into a woven basket, and the two sticks, and he's still pulling these two sticks with this woven thing on the ground. And you see the progression there. And you see when they introduce the horse, and you see when the wheels come onto it, and you watch a linear progression. Even there, you're going to see some places where they revert back or didn't develop it yet, but you can see a pretty linear progression in the development of that particular set of technology, right? Right? You can understand the linearity there in the progression of horse and buggy from one point to the next, the totality of it till they get horseshoes, and they get those nice bridles, and the reins become sophisticated. The whole process of carriage, stagecoach, it becomes a refined industry unto itself. That's within one paradigm, linear progression within one epistemic regime. Then you get that paradigm shift. Horse and buggy becomes redundant. We have the combustion engine. Now, there are stories of when the first salesmen were going around trying to sell these things to farmers. Farmers used to laugh at them. Well, they could never replace my horse and buggy, my trusted horse, but the epistemic rupture. New school fighting the old way. It is endemic to human nature. Epistemic rupture, total new framework, total new paradigm, total new, total new vocabulary, total new ontology, completely different. Epistemic rupture, different process. Transportation remain the overarching concept. Transportation.
Right. That's what I was going to say. Like, there's still
Transportation.
forms of transportation.
Under transportation, you have two distinct things that require epistemic rupture. It's not a gradual process from horse and buggy to the horse and buggy isn't a biological car. So this is fundamental that you understand these two different things. Linearity happens within or can happen within a particular paradigm. But when you have a paradigm shift, that's a rupture. Your ontology changes. You are no longer talking about hay, you're talking about gas and oil. You have keys now instead of tying your horse in a stable. These are completely ontologically distinct paradigms, distinct epistemology, distinct ontology. There's a break there. There's no linearity there. And now, when you look at the combustion engine, you can see the evolution and the linear progression to from the Model T to now supercars like the those boys, those Lamborghinis and McLarens, etc. Right? You see the evolution within the paradigm, but you can clearly see the distinction between paradigms, completely different. And that is the conversation we are having with regards to knowledge. They function in epistemic regimes. You see the development of the knowledge within that epistemic regime. Thales, 300 BCE to 500 BCE, Aristotle. Then you have 2,000 years almost of Aristotelian framework of how knowledge is perceived and derived. 2,000 years, books upon books upon books upon books, based on a philosophical framework in which they engage with reality. Then you get that paradigm shift, a rupture, a complete change in subject. a complete change in the way information is acquired. You are no longer operating under the same paradigm. So it's not more information, more information, more information, more information eventually leads to science. More information under a particular paradigm is synthesized within that paradigm. It is
Said.
the paradigm shift that creates a new body of knowledge, a new way of engaging with reality.
Yeah, I guess what I'm not getting said is when you say it's a complete shift. Like and what I'm hearing you say is that the scientists, the modern scientists, don't use any of what the proto scientists were using. Right? It's a complete shift. Like they don't do anything that they're doing. But
They completely shift
my
the way
understanding is that they still use.
completely
If I could
shift
just
the
finish
way
my
they think.
statement, said.
The way they think has completely shifted, completely.
But
The way
but they still do the same
the
work.
way they think. Science is about how you think. So stay up here. The way they think has completely changed. The
But
way they
but said,
process, the way
but
they
said.
process, the way they process the information, the way they collect the data, the whole thing has changed based on the framework in which it operates. You do
But
not
said,
put
when you were
gas
talking about,
into a horse.
but said, when you were talking about the horse and carry thing and going to a car, you said the paradigm shift was the
Yes,
engine. It wasn't
yes.
the paradigm shift was it wasn't the way they
The
think.
engine, yes,
It was the
yes.
engine. It wasn't the
And
way they thought. So
and
why is
what
it
did
that
that
now? So
power?
let me just can I finish? So why is it that with the horse and carriage, the paradigm shift is not the way they thought. It was about the
No,
work they
it's
were
not the
doing.
way they
But
thought.
with science is the way
It's
they
not the way
think.
they thought. Stop. Do you think about transportation in the same way with a horse and buggy as with a combustion engine?
Going from point A to point B.
No, 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 you don't. You see, that's a paradigm shift. Your whole ontology changes, perspective changes, the way you operate completely shifts. It's a complete shift.
But if I'm playing football and
You're
I
not
put in,
playing football.
but if I'm
You
playing,
will not.
but
No,
you said,
no,
but the
no,
reason I'm bringing in
no,
football,
no,
said,
no,
can I fin?
no, you
Said,
no,
can we
no,
have a
no, you
conversation?
cannot do that.
Said,
Let's have the conversation,
Cedric,
and the conversation
Cedric,
we're gonna have is
Cedric,
about the
Cedric, you gotta allow
paradigm
me to
shift.
speak, bro.
We're gonna stay here.
Cedric,
No.
Cedric, you gotta allow me to speak though. Like if you're
Oh,
not gonna allow me to speak, bro, I'm just gonna go.
okay, say what you say, and then now you're in the lab, okay? So now
Yeah,
I'm not
just
responding. I'm
let me
just going to
speak and
analyze
then
what
you
you say.
speak and then I
All right,
speak and you
he's
speak.
in the lab, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. You got the floor. Go ahead, speak.
All right, man, alive. You know, you even made me forget what I wanted to say, bro. But you can't just keep cutting people off like that. Let them get their thoughts out, especially since it's just me and you up here, bro. Ain't nobody else wanted to hit your link. I don't want to hit your link. At least let me speak. Um, but the main thing I was saying is that even with the football thing, if people are just kicking a ball around and then they create a certain size for a field and say you have to have two halves, why do you call that a linear thing instead of a paradigm shift? Right? It's changing in the way they think about football if you're bringing in rules into it. So why is that? Why is one about the way you think and the other one is not? I just think it's kind of like, it's kind of like a distinction that doesn't make a difference, if you will. Go
So
ahead.
what you're seeing here is the inability to even synthesize his own thoughts. When we're dealing with a game, you're kicking the ball. That doesn't change. You continue to kick the ball. What you're doing is developing a game. You're developing a game. That is happening within the same paradigm. The paradigm didn't shift, and this is what he fails to understand or refuses to acknowledge. Right? Within that same paradigm, you're kicking the ball, you're playing. Nothing changed about kicking the ball. Your objective didn't change. Your objective is having fun. That remained the same. The paradigm didn't shift. The paradigm means the thought process. You're formalizing this game. And even within that paradigm, that linearity is questionable. I illustrated that with the 1,000 glasses of water. You cannot identify the point at which it started. You understood and agreed that that was subjective. You agree to that. So now you
Yeah, but I'm
understand.
saying I think science
No,
is
no,
the
no,
same.
don't cut me off. Do not cut me off. Don't do that. Our conversation is over. So now you put yourself in the lab. You're going to sit through the analysis. We're not having a debate. You didn't want to have a back and forth. You wanted to state your position.
I
Once
didn't
you
say
do
I didn't
that,
want to have a back
you
and forth. I didn't
become
want to get cut
you
off.
become you become part of my laboratory. So don't talk again. So now you're focusing on the game that's within the same paradigm. That didn't shift. That's linear thinking. Now, when we go to the horse and buggy, the paradigm completely shifts. Why? Your ontology changes. Your mode of operation fundamentally changes. A car is not a horse and buggy is not a biological car. So there's two different illustrations being made here. Two fundamentally different. You're watching the development of a game, and we're talking about a shift in how you completely operate. And you see the development in the particular paradigm. You see the Model T developing into the Lamborghinis and the McLaren. Right there, you see the borders being set, this being arranged, all this development within the paradigm. You saw also within the paradigm of the horse and buggy that you see the development over time. You do not see horse and buggy becoming a biological car. You do not take the car and take the buggy, the horse out of the hood and put in the engine. It's not just a change from engine to horse. That's not it. It is a complete rethinking of how you engage with the concept of transportation. So do not try to undermine the argument. If you're going to have the conversation, you're not going to have it with false categories. That is not what you're going to do, number one. And since you choose to put yourself in the lab by going back to the linear process of the game, the development of the game, I can ask you, yes, that is all happening within a particular paradigm, whether it be the horse and buggy paradigm or it be the combustion engine paradigm. You are looking at the development of a process within a particular paradigm. The paradigm didn't shift. The paradigm didn't shift. So your analogy stays within one paradigm and you're watching the development of the game. Just like over here, horse and buggy. That's one paradigm. And you're tracking the development from barely having wheels to stagecoaches. You're looking at the development from the Model T with probably one piston to 12-cylinder vehicles today that producing hundreds of thousands of horsepower. The development, that's what you're looking at. The development within a particular paradigm, it can be linear, although not necessarily. Within that linearity, you can't identify one point to the next. When did the game officially start? When you created a field or when you created rules? When you adopted teams or when you had referees? When is it the game? When it is complete, it is never complete because rules continue to change within the game. So the development always continues, even within a paradigm. So your claim is fallacious. Your point is non sequitur. You're attempting to, and it's a category error. Your analogy fails because it remains within one epistemic regime and showing progress within it.
All right, so I'll kind of try and explain the difficulty I'm having with agreeing with what you're saying, because it sounds as if you're saying the shift from horse and buggy to car is the same type of shift from proto science to science, right? And the reason that I'm having a difficulty with that,
From natural philosophy to methodological naturalism.
okay, and the reason I'm having a difficulty with that said is because the people that came up with the car, they didn't really use anything having to do with the horse and buggy. It's a totally new thing. They didn't take any of the parts from the horse and buggy and say we're going to use this and we're going to use that from the horse. They didn't use any of it.
Yes, the
But the
objective was the same
methodological, let me just
transportation.
finish, said. Let me just
The
finish, said.
objective
The
was the same
methodological,
transportation. No, you're wrong. The objective was
But let
the
me
same,
get it out,
transportation.
said. Let
No,
me at least
you
get it
don't
out.
need to get it out. You don't need to
All
get
right,
it out.
said.
If you want to have the back and forth, you're going to stop at the point that you're
Come
wrong.
on, said. Let me just
You're going to
get
stop
my
at the
statement.
point you're wrong. If you're not mature enough to have a dialogue, then it's okay. But you have to stop at the point that you're wrong. You're not up here to get it out. You're up here to learn. So when you're wrong, you need to stop. I'm going to make the correction and you're going to continue from that point of correction, not insisting on carrying on with your narrative. That's not what we're going to do. You ain't frustrating the hell out of me, make me to correct your nonsense after you finish the rhetoric. No. So here's where you're wrong. Transportation is the framework. Knowledge of the natural world is the framework. The two empirical systems under them, the two epistemic regime, one is natural philosophy and the other is methodological naturalism. Transportation is the overriding concept. Horse and buggy, one paradigm, the next paradigm, combustion engine. Now you can continue from that
Right. So
corrected point.
let me tell you, said, if you don't listen to me, I choose not to
Acknowledge
listen
the
to you.
error in your
Cedric.
acknowledge the error in what you were saying, correct it and continue. But do not continue after being corrected with the same inerrant position.
Okay, said. Listen, if you're not gonna listen to me, I'm not gonna listen to you.
Okay, then
If you're not gonna
you
listen to me, said, I'm not gonna listen to you,
I
bro.
listened to you. That's why I
No,
corrected
you
your
cut me
error.
off. You didn't even let me
Yeah,
finish my statement,
no,
bro.
I do not need you to finish an incorrect statement. So we correct your
Come on,
statement.
man.
The overriding principles remain the same.
Well,
One
you
is
can't finish what you're
transportation,
saying because what you're
one
saying
is
is
knowledge
incorrect,
of the
said.
natural
What
world.
you just said is
Under
wrong.
these two concepts,
Said,
you
what
have
you're saying is
two
wrong, bro. You should
different
stop saying
epistemic
it.
regime. One is horse and buggy, one is car. Both transportation. Over here, understanding the natural world. Two distinct systems. Natural philosophy versus methodological naturalism.
So let me ask
These
you a question,
concepts
Cedric.
remain the same. The paradigm shifts in both scenarios are equal. So that is the
Cedric,
framework you're under. So continue now, if you can.
do methodological naturalists use the work of natural philosophy?
Naturalism, the system of methodological naturalism. Now you want to talk about the system of methodological naturalism? Because we are
Yeah,
talking about framework. So
does
explain the
methodological.
frameworks, explain the difference in the frameworks between natural philosophy and methodological naturalism. You have the floor.
I'm asking you a question. Does
No,
methodological
so now
naturalism.
you need to explain the difference between the two and you will answer your question. Go ahead.
Okay, this is annoying, said. You're being annoying, bro. I'm out.
Okay, I understand. Another one bites the dust. Another attempt at pseudoism and failed under the pressure of methodological naturalism. Methodological naturalism is simply undefeated. Science is undefeated. You see a process of reasoning. When you understand the subject matter, you do not get fooled by the flame flammery. And this is the frustration that eventually ensues. I am not going to indulge a fallacious argument and then go down the rabbit hole with you. If you want to have the discussion, you need to frame it adequately. Transportation versus understanding the natural world. These are the two frameworks. Each have two different modes of operation. Transportation, you had horse and buggy. Paradigm shift, automobile. Over here, understanding the natural world. Two particular paradigms. Natural philosophy, methodological naturalism. How did natural philosophy operate? Top down, authoritative, intuitive, speculation, fiat versus testing, reproducibility, theoretical principles, mathematical support. The evidence, nature, is the authority versus man is the authority. The digression of this conversation, they always want to go down to they were doing observations. Yes. the intent of said observations will produce different results. If the intent of my observation is to affirm the symmetry of the universe because of God's divine will, that's a top-down approach. That is not letting nature speak for itself. That is teleological engagement. That's not methodological naturalism. When your observations are made to simply understand what is being said, what is being observed, write this down, and then reach to your conclusions, that is the scientific method. These are two distinct processes. They always try to regress the conversation to what they were doing, when they were doing observations. That, like, stop it at this point in time, so far into this process, you can't even convince the audience of your argument. They see right through the nonsense from early. And the fact that you are unable to maintain that rhetoric, the fact that you are unable to maintain that nonsense, you fall apart. What it do, Gullah? I can't hear you, can't hear you. I can't hear you, Gullah.
Can you hear me now, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh yeah, bro. That was crazy, bro. Like how you sit here as if you know the evolution of the car, because you evidently don't know the evolution of the car at all. Saying to us it's a totally different thing. The inspiration of the cars actually comes from horse and carriages. The first cars were actually horseless carriages. The axle, the spokes,
Yep.
the front wheel pivot geometry. You know what I'm saying? Even the steering column comes from the idea of the horse and carriage, especially when the horses and carriages became more luxury.
Yep.
Sit here and just argue, bro. These dudes get on my nerves, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Irritating. All of it.
Yeah. False analogies and like trying to shoehorn a false analogy to go down a rabbit hole which you can't go down. Mind you, I
Yeah.
let you frame it. You're
Even
talking
the
about the development of a game.
they said even the trunk of a car started with the horse and carriage to put your things in.
Yep. Yep.
The
Once
doors,
you,
the door. You have four door carriages, even the doors, all of that. The seating, a lot of that stuff comes from a dashboard. A dashboard comes from the idea of a horse and carriage.
you're back. You're back. You got the floor, American Dream.
Even suspension, all of those ideas come from the earlier horse and carriages first.
American Dream. You got the floor.
Yeah, sit here and say it's a totally different thing. That's disingenuous for real. You don't even know the history of the cause. You just sit here and just make a flat out, straight up statement like that.
You're back. American Dream. How much grass did you need to feed the car? Or how much gas did you put in the horse? American Dream, come off mute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me, Cedric?
I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you.
My bad. I can't hear nothing, bro. I'm not hearing anything.
We can hear you though. We can hear you. You want to go out, come back in? Because we can hear you. That's on your end.
Yo,
Look at this question here.
yo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now.
All right.
So I'm just interested because Gullah just came in and kind of said there was a linear paradigm. Is that what the term you use? Linear, that it was linear between the car and buggy and the car. And your whole thing was that there is nothing linear there. And then you started agreeing with Gullah. Like I'm totally confused.
Linear. Show me the linear.
Gullah just did. Didn't Gullah just show you it? Didn't Gullah just tell you that the car comes from the horse and Gullah, isn't that
It
what you were
comes.
just saying?
It comes from. Go ahead. Watch who
Gullah.
you gonna. Watch who you gonna put
Hold
up
on.
in the.
Maybe I
Go ahead.
misunderstood what Gullah was. Gullah. Are you there, Gullah?
Yeah. What's up, bro?
Cedric, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I guess Gullah cannot hear me.
He
But
can
I'm
hear
just
you. He just said, "What's up?"
Oh, Gullah, did you think that I was saying, like, do you think there's a linear progression from the horse and buggy to the car? I can't hear what he's saying. I can't hear him.
He didn't respond. Relax, bro. Go ahead, Gullah.
Yeah. What are you saying? I was talking to somebody. What you say?
Ain't even paying no mind.
What you mean he's not paying me no mind? He came in, contradicted Cedric, and then him and Cedric were acting as if they agreed.
Yeah, I
That's
do.
so
He
I do.
weird to me. That's
contradicted
just
me. Go ahead.
weird.
How he contradicted me? How much
Dude,
gas did
it
he
ain't
put in the? How much gas
it
do you
ain't
put
totally
in the
linear
horse?
though. I wasn't saying that.
Okay, but he said he contradicted you. He even said the car bumper comes from the car and the horse and buggy. The steering wheel, he says, comes from the horse and buggy. But you were saying it was a completely total paradigm shift. It has nothing to do with it.
I
And
said
then
the
you
same
agreed with him. Like
mechanism, not
I'm
the
I'm
same
so
wheel.
confused, bro.
Oh, what do you think it was? What you think?
I'm just trying to figure because
What
I'm
you
just
trying to
trying to
figure out? What you trying to
I
figure out?
think, personally, I think what Gullah said makes more sense. That it's a linear progression.
What?
Like the
What?
people that in like this,
What, son?
he said they got the steering wheel from the horse and buggy, right? He said all of those things. Like it's a linear progression. Cedric
Yeah,
was saying because I was saying that there's a progression
got a
from people just
question.
kicking around a football to a football game to football as we know it today with all the rules. There's a linear progression. And I was
Yeah.
saying that there's also that linear progression with science. And
I
Cedric
know. So
said,
you trying to ease it to that? Let me ask you a question.
well,
Did
that's
the
the that's the
Japanese?
discussion we were having.
I know. Watch this. Did the Japanese invent a car? Yes or no?
Did they invent a car or
Huh?
invent
If they had their own engineering to make a car.
yeah, they made a car, yeah. They made a few cars.
Without Ford.
Yes.
All right, then. So the question is now answered. There you have it.
Without well, I don't know
Yeah,
if
it's
they,
not linear.
they weren't working with Ford. Did they steal
Nah,
some of
hey
the
there.
stuff that Ford was doing? Could they,
I don't know
Japanese
about
and
all that.
Chinese are known for stealing stuff, bro. Are you kidding me?
Nah, nah,
Did they
nah,
borrow? Of
nah.
course they did.
I used to work at a Honda corporation, bro. They made their own shit.
Owns.
Yeah, they made their own shit.
That's Japanese. Yeah. Yeah, they do their
It's
own thing.
Japanese, bro. I ain't trying to be funny, but that's how science is. Now, sometimes Europeans make that mistake and play that wild game as
Bro,
if it
all they
was
do is copy
linear.
stuff.
No, no. Listen, what I'm trying to make. I'm saying Europeans will play the game as if it was linear. But how can it be linear if it's a universal thing? You get it?
What I'm saying is even though it's universal.
How? Well, how can it be universal if it was in a straight line?
So let me address it because I'm trying to give him the chance to dig himself further in, but he's smart. He's stopping. Right? He's just trying to leave it out there. So what Gullah was talking about is inspiration. That has nothing to do with the paradigm shift, bro. There's still a paradigm shift that takes place when you go from horse and buggy to car. Now there are inspiration taken. Yes, that's what you want to have the discussion on. But that's why I fundamentally ask you, how much gas do you put in the horse? Or how much grass do you give the engine? You see that not even the nomenclature, the ontology, can't use them in both. There's no linearity there. There's a break. There's a shift, there's a change. Now, when you look at, oh, there's parts inspiration from this, inspiration from that, we acknowledge that. Oh, they got this from the Arabs. Now they got this from there. Oh, they got these herbs from the from the West African. Those are the components you see, right? Because those are the inspiration. Yes, those are the observations y'all keep talking about. That doesn't make it a car.
Yes, it's not linear because even when I said that the first the really first prototype of the cars was just basically horse and carriages without the horse, and that wasn't Henry Ford. Henry Ford added his own thing to it to the when he created the Model T to that. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't linear.
So he is abusing what you were saying, right? Recognizing inspiration, because he say, "Oh, the part where I got to." Yes, there's inspiration, but there's a paradigm shift. There's a whole different modus operandi. There's a whole different ontology. So you try to play in the weeds. Again, you do not have the required vocabulary to do what you think you want to do. That's why I sit back. Do not equate inspiration with linearity.
Yeah,
That's the mistake you're
you,
making.
you
There
can
is
have
still
you can have
a
progression.
fundamental paradigm shift, bro.
You
Can I
you
give
can
a?
have you can have progression without it being linear. Right? Even when you look at the evolution of the gun, like you know what I'm saying. Look at the history of that.
I'm sorry, y'all. If y'all were saying something to me, I didn't hear it. I fell out. I don't know what's going on with my shit
Yeah,
today.
don't worry about it. Hey, so like like Ford and them can inspire people to invent a car, right? And but they build their own car, separate engineering and all kind of different shit. I mean, I
Well,
mean, you can
maybe
look
you
at
didn't hear
the
what I said when I got cut off. But what I was saying was Ford, even though they didn't copy what was going on from anywhere else.
none of that. Inspiration.
Right, but what they were doing was linear. They copied from what was before them here. The Japanese invented their car from what they were doing in Japan before the car was invented. Maybe it wasn't a horse and buggy; it was a horse and something. But they invented their car off of what was happening there, and Ford invented their car based on what was happening here. So it was still a progression from what came before them. They didn't just create a car in a vacuum.
Okay, so hold on. No, they actually got inspired by engineers in the United States, bro. But they invented
Okay,
their
so it was
own
something
different.
before them.
No. But they invented their own shit separate. Like they ain't used none of the shit they used.
I don't know
So
about that, Ankh.
no, come on, bro. I'm giving you the whole clean story, yo. Like, come on, man. I'm trying to tell you. So what
Yeah.
I another point I was making for you left, I said, how can science be universal and be linear? It won't even make sense. You could say zigzaggy, but you could never say just because then you're saying it's hyperdiffusion. Now you run the risk of doing what you don't want to do. Is it
What
came
about
out of
farming?
Africa and
Ankh,
and
what
and
about
and
farming, Ankh?
it came
Ankh,
right
can
out of
farming
it came right. No,
it
it's
can
not.
farming be is farming is universal, but they don't
Yeah,
have
it's
to
not. It's
learn.
not
But
linear.
but people in Europe don't have to learn farming from people somewhere else. They could have just
That's
picked it up
that.
on their own.
I know that's why it's not linear. You just
But
proved
it
it.
can't. No, but no. What I'm saying, linear doesn't mean they learned it from somewhere else
Well,
in a
what
different
does
part of the
it?
world.
Well, what does a linear mean? Go ahead.
Linear means they could have learned it from what they, like in Europe. Let's say in Europe, whatever preceded farm, they learned how to farm from what preceded them in Europe. There was something they
So
were
then it's
doing.
not. So then it's not linear then.
Of course, it's linear because it went from what they were doing before, and it developed into farming as we know it. And in Japan, their farming developed from what they were doing in Japan. It didn't develop from what was going on in Europe. It
The,
So can
developed
I
from what
tell?
was
Can I
going
tell you what
on
I think? Can
in
I tell you what I
Japan
think?
pre-farming.
Can I tell you what I think linear means in this
Sure.
conversation?
Maybe that's the hang up we're having is that we're defining it in
Yeah.
different ways.
So
Maybe I
yeah.
just
So
don't
yeah.
understand what it means.
Let's. I think I know what you're saying. You're saying within the culture is linear,
Right.
but we talking
Yes,
about the universe.
absolutely.
But but then you try to apply that to science.
Yes.
And I'm saying this. I'm saying this that when I say linear, if I was to say it was linear, I mean it came straight from Africa, traveled out to Asia, and all the way to North America. That would be linear progression to me, right? And I'm saying it's not that because you
Hey,
get different things from different people in different time periods, and then you
yeah.
forget steps, and they literally forgot stuff like Mendel. They completely forgot about Mendel, lost his work. They forgot stuff and all kind of. That's how it goes. It's not a linear thing. It's actually coming from different places, yo. They end up, watch this, maturing in Europe. Yeah,
Right. I think you're looking at linear in terms of from one place
linear.
to another.
I mean, linear.
I'm thinking of linear in terms of from one idea to another.
Hey,
Right.
hey,
That's
can I
the
get some
linear.
more
That's
too?
the linearity I'm talking about. Where
Oh,
what we were talking about from horse and buggy to car, that's in ideas, right? And that's even what
fine.
that's what Cedric said was the main thing is the way they thought. So it's the linearity that I'm talking about is in thinking. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be. They don't have to change location. They can be in one spot and change your thinking, and then it's a
Mm.
linear progress. You progressed. You change what you've
So
developed.
why do you
But it
still got
doesn't mean
hunter
you're
gatherers
taking it.
then? If it was linear, why do you still got hunter gatherers that think the same way they thought it 350,000 years ago?
Yeah.
Why is
Because not
that? Why
everybody,
is that
not
if it was
everybody,
linear?
because not everybody thinks alike. Not everybody
Yeah,
has
yeah,
the
they
same
do.
thoughts in every
Yes,
part
they
of the
do.
Yeah.
world.
Yes, they
No, they
do.
don't.
In terms of no, in terms of science, they do.
I would say why in Cuba they still got cars from the 1950s.
Because they can't get no more power.
I mean, just because certain parts of the world don't develop
No, no, no. You hear my
doesn't
point though?
mean.
You hear my
But
point?
but I hear your point, but I just
And
don't
watch
think your
this. And
point
hold on.
is
And then
hitting
they go
like you
back.
think it is.
No, no, watch this. Then they go back to West Africa. Listen to this. Since you think it's linear, then why they take the herbs and shit from West Africa during the scientific revolution when they was enslaving motherfuckers? They went and got all they learned, all they shit, and they end up, progressing medicine. But wait a minute, the West Africans, they wasn't in an industrial revolution, none of that shit at that time. They actually wasn't. It was a lot of tribes were in what they was smoking iron. It was in the Iron Age, yo.
Okay, Ankh, can I say something, Ankh? Let
You
me
get
let
that
me
though?
try and
You
yeah,
get that?
absolutely, I get that. But
So
let me
what's my
just
point
try
in
and
making it before you move forward and try to defeat me? Why do you think I said that?
say it one more time.
I said you have an Iron Age culture that they ran into. They in the Iron Age, right? These motherfuckers is global at this point. They not just in iron, they global. They go to an Iron Age culture and get medicine plants from them and would help their medicine in Europe. You get people from the Iron Age that are enslaved and end up bringing them something that they would later on develop a vaccine. So you got mixing and matching and zigging and zagging and holla, holla, holla. It's not straight. That's all I was trying to say, bro. It's
Okay.
universal.
All right.
That's
So
all I mean.
when me and Cedric were like, let me just tell you what I mean by linear, and because the difference, the two differences that Cedric made was one thing was a linear progression, he said, and then something
All
else was a paradigm shift. The linear progression, as
right,
far
so
as what
let
I
him do it.
understand him, the
Let
linear
him talk to you.
progression is well, then
Because
he'll
I
he'll
don't want to
kind of
miss it.
correct me if I'm wrong, but let me just explain it to you the way I understand it. The linear progression he was talking about was when you get one idea from something that was happening before you and you develop on what came before you. You just make development. A paradigm shift is when you just come with something totally new. You don't take from anything before you, you come up with something brand spanking new. Right. So
Mhm.
linear means you're coming, it doesn't have to be, linear. We're thinking straight, but we're just thinking from one thing to the next. It's a development
Mhm.
from point A to point B, right? It could be a straight line, it could be a slanted line, whatever, right? But it's just from one thing to another. And a
Right.
paradigm shift means you don't take anything from what came before you, you just come up with something totally different, totally new.
Only thing linear, only thing linear is the timeline. I'm like, we was talking about cars. You know what I'm saying? Even the first cars, like before, like the proto cars, wouldn't even start with Henry Ford. You know what I'm saying? It was in France when they had the horseless buggies. They was steam engine powered. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't even the
So
engine. The regular.
Gullah, do you think the modern car came from the horse and buggy stuff that was before it?
They got inspiration from it. I,
Right. So, when Cedric was speaking, he said they didn't. It was a totally brand new paradigm shift. He said the modern car has nothing to do with the car and buggy. So that's why when you came in and we're showing the connection and Cedric agreed with you, I was totally confused.
when Henry Ford did
Okay,
make the
so you're
Model T,
done?
that was a
You
whole
done?
different paradigm. That was a whole
Don't
different
cut me
shift.
off again, okay, son? So, American Dream, because I let you create the straw man now. When I'm gonna put you back in the lab, you see, I didn't cut you off. I do not want to hear you. If I hear you once, you're gone, and I mean it. I told you a paradigm shift, transportation, the objective. One paradigm, horse and buggy. Another paradigm, combustion engine. Completely new ontology, completely new perspective, completely new paradigm. The
Even
distance you travel, how you travel, what you use, it is completely different.
completely different. Even a combustion engine is completely different than the steam engine, which was before that.
Good. We understand that. This is why we're talking about paradigm shift. The modus of operation requires different ontology, different way of thinking, different everything. You're not dealing with a biological entity, those restrictions that exist there. You are in a different paradigm, a different way of thinking. You require a different mode of operation now because you're dealing with horse and buggy. You're
Cedric.
trying, go ahead.
Can I
Oh,
respond, Cedric? Can I
no, no,
respond?
no,
No.
no, no, no. I
No.
want to ask Cedric a
No.
question before you do all that. Cedric, so you basically saying just because you had the ability to make a horse and buggy doesn't mean you would have the ability to make a car or a
No,
steam engine.
definitely
Thank you.
not.
Thank you. That's the
Definitely.
point. Got it. Well
Exactly.
taken. Thanks, bro.
Now,
Thank
Yeah.
why I brought up that analogy? Because he was explaining development within one paradigm. You take a simple game of some dudes kicking a ball around, and within the development, they decide to codify the field. Then they codify some rules. And the question is, when did soccer begin? Where do you determine the beginning of that sport in that linear process? There, too, you have a very subjective notion, but you can see the linearity within one epistemic regime. The concept didn't change, it only developed, further developed. Now, I showed him that within each paradigm of travel, horse and buggy, you
I
go
get what
from
you're saying.
pulling the sticks behind you to putting some wheels to making a carriage to developing a horse to getting to the point of stagecoach with bridles and the bits and all of that. That's the development within one epistemic regime, within one paradigm. You get the paradigm shift from horse and buggy to combustion engine. There you see the development from the Model T, one
Interesting, right?
piston to a 12-cylinder McLaren. Again, you see development within and under one particular paradigm. This was the full explanation I gave him based on the argument he was trying to make. Now I'm going to mute out again. Let y'all have it.
Right,
No.
because again, I guess the issue I'm having again is that when you're trying to show the paradigm shift, you speak about the combustion engine as if the car is only the engine, right? You don't speak about the fact that a car and a horse and buggy, they both have wheels, right? They both have a steering wheel, as Gullah mentioned, right? Are there differences? Are there differences between a car and a horse and buggy? Absolutely. Were there things that are totally different from a buggy? Absolutely. But are there similarities? Are there things that are exactly the same? Yes. So you can't say it's a complete paradigm shift. It's there are things that are
Yeah.
different, but it's not, but the shift is not complete.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
I
The
think
age of
to
steam is the age of steam for a reason. The Iron Age a
You can
iron
still use in the
is
wheel, bro.
is a complete paradigm shift. Working it takes different modes of working the metals, different abilities and technologies, different temperatures. Just like with steam, yo, you was powered by horses. It's a complete paradigm shift to say, yo, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of the horse completely, and I'm gonna make something else. That's a whole paradigm shift, bro. You got to know that,
Yeah,
yo.
but even with football, even with the football
Now,
analogy that I
I don't
brought,
think that's a good one. I
there
don't think
are
the football
rules.
is a good
There
one. I
are
don't think.
rules.
No, that's different.
There are rules today in football that I'm sure
Nice.
never existed when people started
Yeah,
kicking the ball around.
but guess what? It's
So,
still
are you
within the
going to
same
call that a
paradigm.
paradigm shift?
No, it's not. It's still within the same paradigm, though. You
And
get
what's that
that?
paradigm? And what's that paradigm?
Football with a ball and
Okay, and the
football.
paradigm with the
You can
horse
put.
and buggy.
No, it
The
ain't. You
paradigm with the
completely.
horse and buggy
No, it
is
ain't. You complete.
travel.
No,
Isn't the
it's not.
paradigm with the
No,
horse
no,
and buggy in the
no,
car
no, no,
travel?
no, no, no.
So what's
That's
the
not the
paradigm there?
That's
So
not
what's the
the
paradigm there?
age of steam. Steam is the paradigm. Not humans have been traveling with this.
Why were they using
So
steam? What
why
was the
would you
point of
cut me off?
steam?
Why would you cut me off, though? I'm saying that the paradigm is not travel. Humans been traveling from day one. Once your kid get old enough to walk, he's traveling. Whether you travel to the bathroom or to the kitchen, you're traveling. So the mode of travel has always been there. There has not been a paradigm shift on travel. You travel. The paradigm shift is the mode from which you travel. Just like with knowledge, you had knowledge from the beginning, but it's paradigm shifts, different types of knowledge, right? And this is what we talked about. And I think if we can come to grips and work on that, what I just said, bro, then I think there's always been modes of travel from day one, whether it was traveling with your feet or traveling with a horse or catching on the back of a dolphin. It's travel.
Yeah.
But the mode of travel is with the paradigm. It takes a complete paradigm shift to say, I don't need no horse. Because you got people in other places of the world that think they still need a horse, bro. That paradigm shift have not transferred. Because if it was like you said, everybody would have a horse, everybody would have worked in iron, and everybody would have. That's not how it worked, yo.
Yeah. We'll still be calling cars carriages, the term car, say etymology is come from the term carriage, but we'll still be calling it that. You still got carriages around today, like even like you go downtown, like some of your cities go downtown, they had a little romantic horse and carriage ride. You don't call that a car, call it a carriage. We call a car a car.
Exactly. Now let's talk about paradigm shift. Lex, you got the floor, my brother. What's good?
Yeah, peace to everyone, man. I've been watching this conversation closely, and I just want to give my take on it. Um,
Yeah, I don't accept
it's
your peace right here. Ain't no peace between me and you, just for the record, bro.
okay. That's what's up, man.
All right, because you don't
Um,
mean it. And you'll prove that the next words that come out your mouth. Go ahead, sir.
yeah, I was a ball player coming up, man. Like I was literally being recruited by NBA teams out of middle school type stuff. I don't say that to brag, but I say it to say that I view this conversation that y'all are having, to me would be fundamentalists. You know what I'm saying? I think people are getting that misconstrued. Now, the reason why I brought up ball is because there's a difference
Couldn't hear you.
between
Couldn't hear you. You gotta say that again. Couldn't hear it. Your phone went out, actually.
which part.
You said you was being recruited by a professional. I don't believe you, but you said you was recruited and out of middle school, which I don't believe. And then you said something. You would consider something, and the YouTube gods cut you off.
Funda, fundamentalists.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. All right, go
And
ahead.
the reason why I say that, and I brought up ball because as someone who I know the difference between a dude who can get on the playground and do all the crazy stuff and blah blah, but when the whistle blow and you got to know schemes and you got to play in an organized fashion, that's how I see y'all's argument. You're fundamentalists. You know what I'm saying? You like a basketball coach who says, do it like this every time. This is the proper way. This is your proper form. Just you not shooting if you shooting from the hip. Let me show you the form. Let me show you you see what I'm saying? I view y'all as fundamentalist, but
So
at the
you want to
same
play
time,
basketball and travel? You
huh?
want to play basketball and travel. So you don't want to know how to pivot and just so you want to play basketball and be allowed to double dribble. That's what you're saying. The fundamental of the game aren't
Yeah,
important.
yeah. That's it. He
No, that's
want to
not
break
what
the
I'm
rules.
saying.
So what kind
That's
of
not what I'm
basketball are
saying.
you playing if you don't want to learn how to take a two-step properly, how to pass correctly. I mean, these are
Right. This is
fundamentals. So
the
anytime you get out there, you want to double dribble and think you're playing basketball, hold the ball when you're challenged and then dribble again because you don't want to play by the rules of the game. You don't want the coach to say that's not allowed.
I'm not
That's
arguing
not.
against you
How can you play
yet.
basketball like that, Lex? It makes no sense. There are rules to the game. Simple. You can't play basketball and double dribble.
Why are you telling me that? I haven't even made a
You just
like.
said be the coaches and keeping it to the game and
For
don't want
what?
to
I
allow
haven't
you
made a.
to double dribble and take
No, I
42
wasn't talking
steps.
about me. You,
Like you gotta play
brother,
basketball
I
by the
haven't even. I
rules.
was just. That was just data. I haven't
Like,
even.
are you
I haven't
arguing?
even.
Listen, Lex, we
I'm
cannot
not
say
even
we're playing a
arguing yet,
particular
bro. I'm.
game without the rules. Lex. So no, Lex, correct what you're saying. I'm gonna give you another chance. Fix what you're saying because that didn't make no sense. We can't play
What
basketball
did I
without rules.
say? I
You
didn't
said
say.
we are the coach saying that you're allowed to
Answer
double
the
dribble
question.
and get upset because you wanna
No,
you
I
wanna
didn't.
double dribble and run with the ball and not
Brother.
pass it and stuff like that's
You're
not how we
being a
play
little too,
basketball. There
my
are
brother.
rules to
You're
the
being
game.
defensive right now. I didn't even get to because I made an example that there was a
So how you
difference.
wanna play basketball
I.
without the rules, Lex?
Hey Lex,
That's why I
who the
said.
great? Hey
That's
Lex,
why
hey
I
Lex.
said
You know who the
organized.
greatest basketball player it was though. You know who the greatest basketball player is, yo. One of the goat. Who the goat? Yeah,
Who's the GOAT?
yeah. Who the goat? Who they say the
I
goat?
don't
Right?
know. It depends on the statistics that you're talking about to me, but I don't
Maybe
know what
Jordan.
you said.
Maybe Jordan. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Do you
definitely
realize?
the
Do you realize he was the greatest fundamental player ever? Everything he did the fundamentals. That's it. It's the craziest shit ever, yo. And that's what makes
okay.
science so powerful, yo. It's
Right.
flexibility
I agree.
within the system, but they stay within a, you know. But go ahead, make your point. I know that wasn't your real overall point, but I just wanted to go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually gonna make that. I think I made it, but that's why I said organized ball. I
Mhm.
grew up with dudes that look like Michael Jordan on the playground.
Yeah.
They get in a game and it's just terrible. So I agree with y'all on that. That's why
Mhm.
y'all just be jumping off the roof. But what I'm saying is
Mhm.
those fundamentals
Mhm.
still come from the playground. For instance, to me, what y'all are doing is like saying Bill Russell and Bob Cousy wasn't playing basketball, really. You see what I'm saying? Because basketball, they didn't have the 24-second clock. They didn't have the 3-point line. They only had 2 referees. Most of them only niggas had mad handle with one hand. You know what I mean?
Your
Uh-huh.
So,
analogy is really
so,
bad.
so, so what I'm saying
We
is,
recognize the
bro,
self-correcting, with the
right.
self-correcting aspect of science. So
No,
it's
I'm
always
getting to
getting
that.
better.
I'm
The rules is getting better. The 3-point line has been moved. The analytics improve within basketball. So we consider the Bill Russell days just as much part of basketball as the LeBron era. But
Yeah, it's linear.
no, you
That's
don't.
a bad.
I
It's a
disagree.
bad analogy. That's a bad analogy. Yeah.
what
What?
we don't consider is the
Well, I
guys
didn't.
playing on the street corners of New York and having all the hype and saying they're better than the NBA players. That's what we don't accept. Though.
Right, I got you, and I'm saying that like you have even before Bill Russell them, you got dudes, you got the Mayans that was playing a type of death bass. They had you know what I'm saying? They was throwing the ball in the hole. But here's my point is, I think
We
that
down to the Mayans now. Man, you took a plane. You left the United States. You gone down to
yeah,
South
because
America,
we're
and
not restricted to the
you're
United States,
engaging
brother.
in the side rim game that used to cost people their life.
I'm not arguing
You're
against you right
playing
now, brother. I'm just giving
basketball.
my take. Y'all keep like
We're
I know
analyzing
we have a
analyzing
contentious.
your take. Look, Lex. I know you practice
I'm
your
just
take in the mirror, and the mirror doesn't speak back to you. Now you're just
okay.
conflicted
All
that your take is being responded to. That's all. I hear
right,
your
no
take,
problem.
huh?
Cedric, y'all
Your
got
take,
that.
your,
You
your
know I'm
take,
not.
your
I
take
may
is
be stupid, bro, but damn, I'm just
your,
expressing something right now.
your take was like, yo,
But I
how you
want to
guys
ask you a question.
don't want me to play basketball
I
and
was
double dribble. No, you can't play basketball and double dribble, Lex.
all right. My last question, now, maybe it's something you can bring clarity to me for. I actually put an article in the back. I don't know what it means, But Alan, I think Elaine, you can see the article. The Nobel Peace Prize for Physics in 2022. Maybe you can help me what it means by them saying that they proved that the universe was non-local, and what that means in terms of, because they won the Nobel Peace Prize. No, not the Peace, Nobel's Physics Prize for proving. And I put the article in the chat. I don't really understand it. Maybe you can give me your take on it, what it means for a universe to be non-local, because that sounds kind of spooky and pseudo to me. So maybe you can help me out. The article's in the chat. Because the title says, and the only reason I really came for that because of the title said materialism and physicalism, and a guy just won the Nobel Prize in physics for proving that the universe was non-local. So I want to get your take on that. Maybe you can pull an article up if you have some time, or let me know what that means.
I got the article off. Of course, I got the article.
And do you know?
Whoa, slow
okay,
down,
cool. And the last thing to that.
Whoa, no last thing.
Bro, I'm gonna stop. But once I finish, you got it. Please, bro.
Rex, stay right
the
here.
Last thing.
I got no last thing, Lex. I got the article up. Since you brought up the article, Lex, we
all right,
to tell us what you think.
You're hardcore disciplinary, huh?
I would like you to tell us what you think the article is saying, Lex. Come on.
No, that's why, bro. When I seen the title, when I seen that, that I said maybe Cedric can have some clarity for me. What does it mean for someone to win the Nobel Physics Prize?
What is the clarity you are looking for? So for you to see clarity, you must have a position on what you read. So for me to provide
no,
clarity,
I don't understand. I don't understand.
What don't you understand?
Damn, I can't even. Yo, bro, I'm just asking the question. I don't understand. You always tell me I'm slow and stupid and all that. Then when I come ask the question about what does this mean, you want me to give you a reason to argue.
Hey Lex, ho. Hey Lex, guess what? Don't believe the title. The title is just to get you to read the article. The title really has nothing to do with the thing itself. I'm gonna let you on the secret.
Break that's all I'm saying. Break it down for me. That's all. Can y'all read the article and maybe?
No. So now I realize you didn't actually read the damn thing.
Okay.
You ain't read
that. Did you know about this physics prize won in 2022?
Did you read? No. Did you read that article? That one right there. Did you read?
I'm just asking you. Was you aware of this?
No, I asked you a question though, Lex. Answer the question, Lex.
Oh, you want to get into contention? I love you. You're not gonna make me get mad.
No, I will answer your question.
I love you. I just want clarity on the article.
No, I don't have clarity on the article. I'm asking you a question. I'm saying, did you read it?
I don't know. I know nothing.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. That's all.
That's why I'm asking.
So Cedric, what's actually going on here is that it's basically
won't y'all bring it up for the people?
The universe does not behave according to what physics call local realism, bro. So now you have to figure out what local realism is, bro. See, but since you didn't read the article, you thinking that realism don't mean real. See, you would have to understand.
I said I didn't understand the article.
Okay, so then you scamming. Then which one is it? If you understood, you wouldn't even play.
Are you offended by the article?
I'm offended that you scamming us right now.
How am I scamming you by saying I want to know what this means? Could y'all help me out?
Oh, because why not read it, Lex? Why didn't you read it, Lex?
Let's read it right now.
No, why didn't you read it?
Oh man. All right. Well, maybe for y'all out there, maybe Cedric one day, man, you will give me some clarity instead of trying to fight me.
Lex, be quiet. Don't do that. Lex, be quiet now. Don't do that. You had the opportunity. You were up on the big stage. I said, where is the confusion? Because if you pinpoint where you need clarity, maybe then we can provide it. That was clearly stated. What is your confusion? Because you must know this. I read this, and this is not clear to me. I read this, and it's causing confusion. It's I don't understand this because I perceive this. Then clarity can be provided. You pull up a random article and say, what is this? I don't know what it is. I didn't read it. I didn't prepare. However, I am willing to indulge you based on the knowledge that you bring to the table to illustrate and probably identify where the confusion is. Lex, you're in a superior environment for dialogue. The games you try to play do not work with me. So, Lex, where do you need clarity? What's part of the
He said he said they got I got a basic right, because it was talking about local realism, right? And what I do know is talking about how objects have no influence, right? It's talking about influence of objects, right?
Yep.
Like objects can directly influenced by nearby things.
Mhm.
I know.
So,
Right.
since we were dealing with perception and the facts that we
Mm-hmm.
have an interface, right? Science is
No,
starting to understand
no.
more and more
Damn, I lost my
the limitations of our natural senses, right? So we understand that we are dealing with an interface, right? Is we are dealing with an interface, and that
Hold on.
interface and that
Uh, in-
interface gives us a perception. That perception is good enough for us to survive. That's why we have tools that give us better insight into reality. Now, however you want to turn or twist it, everything within space time, including space time itself, is physical. So there is nothing here that is going
hold,
to indicate supernatural or outside of reality or outside of space time activities.
okay.
So what's your
Now,
overall point?
when you say everything is physical or whatever, that's what I'm saying. That's what does like if I say the universe is non-local, maybe that's what I'm saying. Maybe you can help me explain maybe they mean it differently scientifically.
What
How
do
is it that
you understand under non-local?
I want to know what they're saying? You're the scientist, bro. Like I'm asking you.
What do you understand under
Yeah,
that?
like, I don't,
And
I
so
don't
what
I
is
know.
don't
important for you?
Wow, bro. Bro. Isn't this show about physicality and the nature
Mhm.
of
Everything
this
is
should be you
physical.
should love this subject. This is
Everything is
the
physical
dude
versus
just won the
real.
Nobel Peace
So,
Prize for
so
saying that the
yes,
universe is non-local, and I'm asking y'all what does non-local mean? Because to me, it
You
means
driving
if
crazy?
I say you're local to
Driving
me,
crazy?
that means
Oh.
then y'all don't want me to explain my understanding. So I don't understand how we going when when I hear local, that means the guy next to me or the house next to me or something, I can touch it. It's right there with me. If someone tells me that my car is non-local, I'm thinking it's somewhere over there. But that is layman thinking. And
Yeah, I
maybe I
told you
got
what
it
it meant.
wrong.
No, I told you what it was. I told you
That's
what it
why
was.
I'm
That
coming.
objects can only be directly influenced by nearby things, and it breaks off to the point where it talks about no influence travels faster than light, bro. That's what they trying to talk about in the article, bro. I'm
So why
reading
do
it.
they call it
Bro,
one of
I
the
don't.
more
We have to really get into it though, bro. I don't know that
all
shit
right,
off the
so
top of my head. But I do
that's
know what you're doing is you're playing. Now, see, this is another one of those areas where you play. Where you play. So
why
the title of the
this is the
article,
subject.
hold on. The title of the article is not really what the article it's the eye catcher. Okay?
No, that is what
So
the
get off
let
of
me
let
that.
let
me
me
I
interrupt
can
you,
read
man.
No, it's
So,
I
not.
can
so
read
No,
the
it's
first
not.
Lex,
sentence. The
Lex, Lex,
universe is
Lex, stop.
Yeah, you
Lex,
gotta
stop.
stop
We
it.
had enough time to flip. Okay, Lex. So you're reading the title and non-locality. What does it refer to in quantum physics, Lex? That is talking primarily about what Einstein considered a spooky interaction at a distance, right? The quantum entanglement, right? That these particles operate on fields, and these fields have connectivity at larger distances. The larger the distance, the stronger the connection is, right? You know what that is, Lex? That is part of the physical world, Lex. It's part of the physical world, Lex.
Man,
It's a natural
uh,
phenomenon, Lex.
so the
That
first sentence
stop,
says
Lex. Do not,
so
do not,
y'all
do not, Lex. So when we're understanding non-locality, spins, and these scientists are affirming and confirming that non-locality happens within and throughout the universe. What's your point? It is still a natural phenomenon. It is still a physical phenomenon because physical doesn't necessarily mean material. So two physical particles can have two material particles can have a physical interaction. Whether we can explain it or not, it
Yeah,
remains a
great job, bro. Great
That's
job.
not what this
Great job,
article
Cedric.
says,
Great
Cedric. Let
job,
me
Cedric.
read the first couple of sentences
no,
for you. If
no,
you,
no, no.
I
Grant has
thought
the
so.
floor.
Now y'all don't do
Grant has the floor.
sources.
Grant has the floor. You had your opportunity to ask, to provide where you needed clarity. You could not. You tried to move the conversation. I
No,
gave
I
you.
did ask you. You ignored me.
Now,
You were
so now
dismissive.
that I explained the general concept of the article, your point about spookism is again nullified. Grant, you got the floor.
Yeah, I wanted to share the whole point of sort of the linear concept and using sports as one of the ways of trying to attempt to showcase linear within a range. Correct. Let's take soccer as an example. Soccer actually goes back to China, but the modern day soccer has no correlation to the Chinese. There was no there's no evidence that it was shared with the Greeks, and we know that modern soccer, correct, what we know as soccer, it started in England. In this particular case, there you cannot say that there is some linear engagement, and yet we also know that these sports that look like soccer or have some of the features of them ultimately still don't look remotely close to what we know what soccer is. And it's just important to keep in mind that often we're trying to look for correlations and connections that don't exist. We are typically looking back in time and we're seeing what others have done prior to and saying, oh, but it is unlikely that humans who see a round thing that rolls and all have feet for the most part, not to come to some conclusion to kick it into something of a goal. It does not require much of a human brain to figure out, hey, I'm here to have fun. Now, for those who are amazed by those sorts of things, I will go a little bit further. You can also throw a round spherical object into a pen with animals, correct? And they will also begin to kick it around against this base identity of what humans do is just to be inquisitive, is no different than other humans. And I think we need to understand that there's nothing particularly remarkable about animals and humans just attempting to either have fun or engage with the world around them. Now, I'll go on to talk a little bit about quantum mechanics and quantum physics and the non-locality and what often happens when a person gets hold of articles. One of the things that happens is if you are incapable of reading it and coming to at least a reasonable conclusion, it's probably not recommended that you go around telling people to read an article to you and explain it to them. I think for those who are being intellectually honest would understand that someone who is doing that clearly both hasn't read it, may not be capable of reading, and is unlikely to understand it regardless of you reading it to them. So I just remind everyone, do not fall for these sorts of tricks. These are the tricks of hucksters and apologists who lack the capabilities of understanding that they are not quantum physicists, correct? They know nothing about physics. They know nothing about quantum mechanics. And yet they want to spew things that they read on Google as if they are competent, and they're just not. And it's just not something you should be doing because it's quite telling about who you are and what you don't know rather than what you do know.
Hey, Grant, I'm sorry, Grant, are you a quantum physicist?
I'm not, and I know you're not either. So that's what
I'm just checking. I was just checking.
Yeah. And I'm happy to say that. So the difference between me and people who show up and try to put out articles is that I'm willing to say I don't know. And when someone who doesn't know yells and screams, completely shows that they're a fool. So I'm showing that the difference is I'm willing to say I don't know and then go out and seek out the information. And if I have questions, I ask those questions of people I think are qualified.
Thank you, Grant. I'm
Yeah.
gonna give the brother Praxis the floor because he keeps coming up and falling out. Praxis, you got the floor before you fall off again. Good. Can't hear you, brother. Speak up. Praxis. Going once, going twice. Anonymous, Preem, you got the floor, brother.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Yeah, this and I'm not gonna lie, like I'm well versed in quantum mechanics and quantum physics and things like that. But I just did a quick lookup,
Preem, get the
and
money. Preem, get the money.
within 5 minutes, I had at least the concept that what they're talking about is they're talking about particles. They're talking about quantum mechanics and quantum physics, and they're like said went into great detail on it. So I won't even repeat what he said. But they're talking about quantum entanglement and the properties of those particles at that level. They were talking about how it's talking about how observation actually affects the particles, and that's something that we already knew because our current technology, um we cannot get properties of the particles without changing some of their characteristics, and they have to make adjustments in certain things when they're monitoring. That's the things that they're working on at that level. But I say all of that to say that my man came in with a loaded question because he lacked a fundamental understanding of the terminology. He instantly went from a colloquial layman's mentality and inserted his own meaning into what those words actually meant. When you can really do a quick, if he really wanted to know, he could have did a quick search and found out exactly what it meant. But he didn't do that. He rather come on here and try to come with the gotcha moment. And this is a common tactic that the pseudos do. They don't
Who are you speaking about,
actually
Preem? I'm
they
sorry, Preem.
don't
Who are you speaking
actually
about?
learn they don't actually try to learn the concepts. They like to play with language and try to make it seem like it's one thing when it's completely opposite, and they're completely misinterpreting what's being said, what's being conveyed, what's being written.
I'm just wondering who you're talking about, Preem. I'm not trying to cut you off.
I'm talking about whoever tried to promote the article and tried to misrepresent what the article was actually saying and what the concept
Oh, okay.
actually was. That's what
Okay.
I'm talking about.
Were you
Okay.
referring to me, brother?
I don't know who me is. Whoever,
Uh,
like I said, whoever
You talking
said
about
That's
the
you,
article
Lex.
about
whoever
Mark?
came
You were
here and
flip
put the
slamming.
article
Yes,
on the
you, Lex.
table and
All right.
and initially
Can I
tried to misrepresent what the article
Meta
was about,
conversation.
because we all know what your question was implying, because you used a couple of words. You said it sounds spooky to you and all of that stuff and all of that. But it's quantum mechanics. It's going to sound spooky to people who are completely ignorant and don't understand the basic fundamental concepts of what they're dealing with
oh,
and what they're talking about.
Well,
okay,
y'all know
brother.
him. I don't know. That question
Wait.
Why?
sounds
Lex,
relevant to me.
So
Lex,
y'all
Praxis,
are you
Oh,
gonna
Praxis, you
allow
got
me
the
to
floor.
address the brother
No, you're
since
gonna
he
get your chance to rebut, but we're gonna go around. Lex, you had your chance. You stated your position. Everybody's responding to it. Brother Praxis been
actually
in
I
and
didn't
out.
state a
You got the
position.
floor. Brother
good day,
Praxis, you got the floor.
brothers. Good day, brothers. This YouTube channel is a
Dag, now I
well-needed
can't hear.
mental. You can't hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, it's cleaning my mental palate, man. I was just on these other sites, man. People are so
Yeah, I can't
ignorant,
hear nobody. Can
and
you
I
hear him?
like this show.
No, I hear him. I hear him.
I hear him.
Everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
Everybody but
so
Ankh.
the reason why,
Damn.
But Ankh don't count. Ankh don't count. So go ahead.
yeah,
His
I wanted to
reception on
hear.
Mount. He's got bad reception on Mount Olympus.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
Right, it's
got
bad up
I
here.
wanted
Mark
to
just
hear
needs a
Lex's.
parasite cleanse. Some
I wanted
wormwood,
to
some black
Yo,
balls.
give the brother the
I
floor.
wanted to
Give the
hear
brother the floor. Come on. Go ahead.
Lex's question. I know you know this guy. You have
Brother, they don't
a
let me. They
understanding of him, But the thing is, I want to say this. I like to hear his questions and explanations so I can learn, because I don't know anything. I don't, the layman's, I think I'm that, right? I'm dyslexic too. So those questions is questions that I would ask without even reading the article. I didn't even know anything about the article. So if he's
Thank
asking
you.
for someone to explain it and that are knowledgeable and in that, I would like to hear it just for me, basically. And I think the audience would like to hear it too.
Right. So the people are informed about, and someone said I changed the subject.
Said
This is to
already
the heart.
explained it though.
This is, see, they every time.
Said
Exactly.
already
Wait your
explained
turn,
it.
bro. Just wait your turn, bro. It's simple. You're gonna get your turn, Lex. Everybody gets their turn. You just have to wait, and then you
All right,
get
I
to
got
go
you,
all
said.
the
I
way in.
got you.
So let me respond to the good brother. If you're gonna be around here, and I appreciate you tapping in. Take your time, go through the archives, and you'll get a much better understanding. What we do here is we build on a particular subject, right? Um, and what Lex is doing is what he always does. He comes in, he asks leading questions, not in an attempt to understand the subject matter. Now, if you come in having read the article and there are points of clarity, right, then we can go through that. Where is the confusion you're having? But what Lex is doing, Lex comes up with a random article outside of the particular topic
Random?
Man, what
that
the hell is wrong with my thing?
Next, random article outside of the topic we're discussing doesn't have a particular point that he wants addressed. He just wants to randomly discuss the article. Now, from the time he put the article in the back, my good brother, knowing Lex, I already pulled the article up. Going through the article, I already put it in Chat GPT to confirm what I thought it was, right? And then gave him the opportunity over and over to make sure, right, that he is stating his position clearly. Then, then when he was caught out on the flim flam, you didn't read the article, you just looked at the headline, like our good brother Preem illustrated what he was saying. What he was saying was fallacious. He's going to colloquialisms, not really engaging with the article. Then, when we point out what the article is actually stating, now he wants to go and oppose that position when he came in stating he did not understand what the article was talking about. Now, what the article is talking about, my brother, is that they finally did some experiments to confirm one of the hypotheses, one of the observations that they were having, which was the quantum entanglement. That when measuring a particular particle, it has a connection to another particle at substantial distance. The further the distance, the harder the entanglement is, right? And it's predominantly in the spin. Now that they have adequately been able to test that, they are using this technology in computer systems, right? So again, the fact that this technology is being applied in computer systems means that we have left the realm of scientific inquiry. We have established experiments. These experiments now have filtered into the field of applied technology. We are building computers that can compute at quantum speeds, right? That means the amount of information they can process because of the non-locality, right? The distance and speed of information processing is now at a next level. This is clear evidence of the steps that science takes. First, there was a theory about this based on the math that this is happening. This was established way back in Einstein's days. This was his theory. Spooky interaction at a distance. He could not explain it. Now we are at the point that it is integrated into the technology that we use in industries and in homes, right? That's the simple clarification. The subject today was physicalism, that the world and the universe, whether tangible or not, the air, that space that you see right in front of your hand, that is physical. doesn't necessarily mean matter, doesn't necessarily mean tangible, touch it, but it is quantifiable. A photon is an excellent example. It has no weight, it has no mass, yet it has energy and it produces an effect. A photon exposed to enough of them will burn your skin. Yet the photon has no actual mass. This is the dual nature of a photon. It functions like a wave. That's why you can see the spectrum of light as energy is emitted from it based on gravitational pulls either towards a gravitational entity, or when it's moving away from a gravitational entity, it creates a blue or the red shift. Right. This is how we understand spectrometry. And at the end of the day, now we are applying this thing that Einstein discovered by means of his calculations in technology today. So the article undermined Lex's entire lexicon of assuming that immaterial equals non-physical, or that physical must equal matter. This is his confusion in this whole conversation, which he clearly is confused by.
Can I say something to that?
Go ahead, my brother.
I don't know why he would be adverse to that idea, because, like you said, when I was little, I used to start fires with a magnifying glass. So it had to be physical, and I can feel things that are physical. So if I can feel it burn, I know that that's a physical thing. Like if my girlfriend touches me, I felt that, even if I'm asleep. So I don't know how air wouldn't be physical, because you need matter to
Brother, I never said
move
air
matter.
was not physical. Don't listen to that. This is why.
My brother,
See,
you have fully understood the entire
this is
concept.
why they won't let me
I
speak,
appreciate you. So now before you go, Lex, JJ just got up here. JJ's gonna cash out on me.
Seriously?
And then you get to respond.
Okay.
Go ahead, JJ. Do your thing.
I don't need to crash out. All I need is, for y'all to stop being scared and come off your platform and meet on neutral ground. That's it. Because this echo chamber's never got to stop.
So when you are
hold on, listen.
JJ, let me ask you one question before you continue.
Lex, you see how they do? You see how they do?
JJ, I'm gonna ask you one question. You got the floor, JJ. You're here, and you come here, you're going to get asked a question, especially when you start the way you do. Am I seeking to debate anyone? Or is this a discourse in a pedagogic and an academic setting where we understand information? Am I seeking to debate anyone?
The thing is,
JJ, answer that question. JJ, am I seeking?
Stop calling my goddamn name, bro. Listen.
The question is, am I seeking to debate anyone?
Listen.
What is the answer to that question, JJ? Yes or no?
They should have never gave you no fucking power. That's what they should have never done, dumbass.
Okay, JJ, am I looking to debate? Okay, you see, that's our daily crash out. Thank you very much. We had our daily crash out. JJ, thank you for the clown moment of the show. We always appreciate the moment. Thank you, JJ, for offering us the moment of as you usually do. JJ is an expected behavior. See, the discipline required to be in this environment is causing that crash out. You do not, this is an area of the phenomena. This is where we operate with reality. We apply methodological naturalism to everything you say. The Kantian wall, which Lex stands on and periodically tries to jump over, he is getting frustrated because he's not able to operate in that environment. JJ's perspective is he wants to debate. Well, I'm in a university classroom. Which college professor do you see say, you know what, to teach, I have to go and argue with people on other platforms? I'm not interested in that. I've done that. I ran the debate scene. I did it for 2 years. It was fun. I've been there, done that. This is a completely different environment. And until you develop the discipline to understand that that one track existence you continue to demonstrate, JJ, is not going to work in this environment. It is non-linear. In here, we're dealing with a paradigm shift, an epistemic rupture, a different way in which we operate. Sorry, love you, my brother. I love you to death. But yeah, okay, you see, the same idea, WWF. Yeah, I want to give me you in the ring. Meet me in the ring, my God. I'm going to get you. Hey, you show out. I'm going to show out. Because I'm JJ 7000 and I'm ready to crush you. Don't you dare show up anywhere. Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. And JJ's hitting him from the top rope. There he comes. Scientific literacy is taking a fall. JJ's hitting him with a supernatural claim. It's in the. Oh! Centric is turning around. He's thrashing him in the rung rope. He catches him in the headlock. 1, 2, 3. And the coach loses again. Ding, 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 ding. Well, Jim, we've seen the crusher getting destroyed once more by methodological naturalism. It seems that JJ never learned. He'll be back next week. Don't you worry. He'll be back. He'll be back. Yeah, you got me this time. You got me this time. But meet me over on a different platform where you don't have the home crowd advantage. Do you smell what JJ is shitting? Go.
That was funny.
This is crazy.
Man, we could have been doing some scientific dialogue all this time, bro.
Pretty much. But that's the
you'd rather attack JJ than let Lex speak about the article that we brought up.
Lex, now you want to speak about the article, Lex. You voided that opportunity.
Now we're gonna go. Oh my God!
Everyone saw me.
Can I speak? You said I was next.
Lex, you can't speak about the article anymore, though. That is a foregone station.
Are y'all watching? This is so.
Your opportunity, Lex. Now that we've articulated what the article is about, the conversation is over. You know why, Lex? Because you had the opportunity.
You just said I was next. Why did you change your mind?
No, I didn't change my mind, Lex. What I'm
telling you. Forget the article. I won't read the article. Can I speak now?
You can speak, Lex.
Thank you, sir. This is what's weird, because usually when I come up here, right, and I know you're already hostile, and I say something, usually it goes, pull a source, Lex. You're just yapping. So today, I put the source in before I opened my pseudo dumb mouth, and you didn't want to pull it up and read it, which is weird to me, because any other time, it's a demand for a source. I come with a source, and for some strange reason, as you're teaching, why wouldn't you share that with the people? That's questionable for me. Secondly, you said, these things are just physical. And so it's still physical. So we got two problems here. One, according to scientific fact, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. That's E equals MC squared, sir. So now, when we talk about...
First of all, Lex, when you attempt to lie, you're going to get proven wrong in real time. We pulled up the article, Lex, while you were talking.
But you didn't read it to the people.
So Lex, we explained...
But you said forget the article.
Relativity and quantum mechanics are two different things.
Listen, Lex, didn't I just explain what this article was about again?
You don't know my position yet. You don't know my position. And just because
your position is you have a faulty premise.
No, your position is null and void.
No, you don't know.
Lex, I'm gonna put you down. Don't cut me off. Now I'm gonna prove, because you had the floor. You didn't have to lie. Because you lie, you're getting exposed. Watch. First of all, you talked about this article from the moment you came in. You put it in the private chat. It was already pulled up. While I'm asking you to state your position, I read the article. You see, PM read the article. Ghouls already researched the article. We operate as a team, Lex, so we already know you were flim-flamming. God killer, we already read the article, Lex. We already pulled it up. Enough to know what it was talking about. The fact that I just explained to the brother that it's gone from an Einstein theory, hypothesis, based on the calculations, to it being adopted and used in computer modeling in computers today is evident of it going from a theory being established by means of experimentation to actual application. Lex, I explained the article several times. Grant explained the article. Preem
Okay,
explained the article.
brother. But you did say you was
No,
gonna
no,
let me
stop,
speak.
stop.
And
No,
there's
you are
another
a
thing
liar, and
too.
I'm going to expose you. This is what
It
you do.
it seems like you're scared.
I'm exposing the lie. So you're going to wait now. I'm not scared. You're right here. And I'm going to give you the floor. But every time you lie, I'm going to stop you, tear it asunder, and expose you, Lex, every time you speak. You compromise yourself. So we already, and I explained what the article is about. Prior to me saying one word about this article, Lex, one word, you were given the opportunity. What do you need clarification with? What is unclear? What do you have a problem with? Lex, can you explain to us what's your particular point? You admitted to not having read the article. God killer caught you out there. You didn't even read the article. Now that we have dissected it, now you want to argue a position. Lex, we aren't doing that. You don't get to do that. That's just it. You
Okay,
don't get to
sir.
do that. No, you don't get to
Sir,
do that. No, sir. You
I
don't get to
didn't
do
do
that.
anything.
So
All I
you're
did.
going to apologize for lying? Let's start there. Apologize for lying.
All right, what did I lie about? And
What
if
did
I
you lie
lied, I'll
about?
apologize.
You lie about us not pulling up the article. You lie about me not
So you
explaining what
pulled up the article?
So you look, this is the article you put in the back.
You didn't pull this article up, though.
It was
For the
up.
people,
Play back the video. Play
you
back
didn't
the
reply.
video.
You didn't put it up and read it.
To put it up and read it. No, we read it already. So I didn't have to go
Yeah,
read
but
it
what
step
about the
by step.
people watching?
No.
They don't get to get the
The
information
article is
themselves.
there. The article is there. They can look for it and read it. What I did was
All right.
synthesize it for the show. I do not need to
See
do the
now,
reading. However, you
this is
were
a good
given the
tactic.
opportunity to state your position, which you refused to do.
No, I
And then
wasn't. You cut
subsequently
me off when I
lied
haven't.
and lied, Lex. The article
All
was
right.
up on the screen, and we clearly, each
All right.
one of us
Okay. So
demonstrated what this article was about. So start with your
let me
apology.
tell you.
Start with your
Can I tell
apology.
you why?
Start with your
Because
apology.
we're missing the whole point. The fact
Start
that y'all
with your
arguing with
apology.
me about nothing.
So, Lex, you're going to have
You
to
know,
apologize because you were caught lying. We're not having the conversation without the apology. Without the apology, there's no recognition of you having lied, Lex. And that's what we're not going to do. So you're going to apologize for lying. And then you're going to get to continue. All right, Lex? So either you apologize or you don't get to speak. It's that simple. I'm a tyrant. Call me what you want. But you're not gonna lie on the pseudo killers, me, myself, and everybody up here who has some credibility, some dignity. You're not gonna lie and try and get away with it. You're not doing that. So again, Lex, start with the apology.
I humbly
Start with the apology, Lex.
apologize, Your Majesty. I humbly
I appreciate
apologize as a humble student
I,
for whatever
I appreciate
infraction that I have.
the integrity displayed. Yes. So now that we've clarified that the article has been up, we illustrated what the article is actually talking about in its scientific sense and in its application sense.
Well,
What
here's
would
why
you?
I brought the article up. It's like if I bring an article up, that means that there's some things that I want to clarify. You keep saying I didn't
So
even
what?
make an
What
argument. But wait,
again?
Cedric,
We're going
hold
right back to
on.
the bit. What it
I
is?
didn't,
What is it that you do
bro.
not
God
that you need
damn.
clarity? Since you now read the article
just
and
say
need
it. Just
clarity,
say it, bro.
what
Just
is
say
the
it.
I'm
area
trying to.
of clarity
Yo,
you
what
need?
is y'all bro? Wow, bro. And I'm being so respectful. It's like if you're not scared, ain't we talking about science, bro? Why can't I speak?
Just say it, bro.
So
Just say
what
it.
is it
So
that you need
listen, all
clarity?
right. So number one, the clarity I want is because we're talking science and scientific law, and y'all call things pseudo and all of that. And so if this is saying the universe is non-local, and then we talk about quantum, the connection in terms of quantum entanglement and the distance and the way how fast things can travel. The problem here is you say
There's
it's
no
physical.
travel.
What? Hold
There's
on.
no
Let me.
travel.
All right.
They
Okay,
talking.
bro.
They talking about particles, bro. Not.
Bro, let me tell you what I'm getting to, man.
And
Damn.
when you're wrong,
See,
you
y'all
need
tactic is
correct.
to do what you
Are
did
you
to
here?
JJ.
Are you here for clarity? So if you
Yes, I'm
need
about to
clarity,
tell you what
good,
you won't let
good.
me
So
get
let's
to.
start with clarifying certain things. There's no
No,
traveling. There's
I'm
no
trying to tell you what
traveling.
I need
There's
clarity
no
on.
traveling taking place. There's where you first need
So
clarity.
light doesn't
There's no
travel.
traveling.
That's
This is
my
not.
point. That is
Not.
my whole point. See what
This
they
is
do, bro. Yo, all
there's
right,
no
bro.
traveling of light, though. Are you referring to the
Bro, you talking about
Bro,
You
y'all
talking
haven't even
about
heard a coherent
the,
sentence, and it
because
shows that this is crazy,
no,
man.
Yes, you're
because
Because
we
saying
you're
it's
know
not
where
gonna get a
you're
not
coherent
taking
coherent.
it.
sentence.
It
You
don't
don't.
matter if you know where you don't know where I'm taking
Your
it because you
sentence
ain't.
is
Even if you think
incoherent.
I'm taking it
You do not
somewhere,
need to acquiesce to a faulty
if
premise.
y'all got the answers, then why all the game?
So we do not need to acquiesce to a faulty
It's
premise. What we are going to do is correct you along the way. You do not get to rattle off errors, incorrect statement, fallacious positions, and have us argue them. That is what you don't get to do. You are not versed enough, smart enough. We understand methodological naturalism, and we are going to apply that rigor to your statement. It is requirement to provide clarity. So I appreciate you understanding that there is no traveling taking place here. This is talking about non-locality, the quantum entanglement, the fact that when you affect one particle here, it automatically affects the other particle. And what? With spin. So now you can use this phenomena within binary systems to instantly transfer information at greater distances and also the amount of information you're able to process. Right? That is what is going on here. So, Lex, there you go.
What is the medium? If I stretch one atom from this part of the universe to the other, and the spin on one is affected, and instantaneously the spin on the other one's affected, what is the medium of that entanglement?
it's not an atom, it's a
Fields.
particle. It's a
It's a
subatomic
Particle.
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 Subatomic particle.
And
Come
that's what
on,
they're
And
trying
bro.
to understand.
they
It's
operate
just
within their
like
fields.
you
That's what
dudes are
they're trying to
child. This dude is
understand.
childish, man.
So they
No, I'm
operate
Bro,
trying to
I
within
know
tell
what
you,
I'm
bro.
saying. I know more. All right, bro. I know what. Bro, just tell me the medium.
it operates within its field. The mediums are fields.
What
Now
is
you
the
know
medium?
fields.
What is it? What? So you're
Fields.
saying what is
It's
a
at a
field?
quantum, it's at a quantum level,
Yes.
a subatomic
Okay.
level.
So why? All right. Understand what I'm saying, man. Y'all don't have to be
Slow
defensive
down.
and scared. No
Slow
one's
down.
gonna take away your
What?
trophies.
So Lex,
Just
Bro,
listen
and
to what I.
we're trying
Lex,
to tell
I'm
you.
answering you. Quantum fields, right? We have the Higgs boson, it operates within a field. And there are many fields, and these particles operate on these fields. Do you know that space time is a fabric? So they are in the material essence of space time. That's why light bends when it travels around a heavy source of gravity. Lex, because it's woven into the fabric of space time, Rex. And we would identify them as fields. So the medium you're talking about is on a subatomic level, and it's called those fields. That's why you see space time bending. It is the essence of reality. Space time is physical, material is matter. Within the physical, you have material, but all is physical.
Okay. So you said there's a problem I have. The problem I have with that, you said it goes into space time. No time elapse. in quantum entanglement. So it can't be space-time.
Yes, it can, because it's at a quantum level. It's not a physical level. It's not us.
Hey,
It's at a
bro, yo,
it's
I'm
at
gonna
a
tell you,
subatomic level.
you're
All right,
not
listen.
qualified,
No,
man.
Monday. All right,
You're not
no.
qualified,
You know what we dealing with?
brother.
We
You're not
dealing with,
qualified.
you know what we dealing with, bro? He
You
has a
doing that?
fundamental lack of understanding what quantum mechanics and quantum physics is. Because why it's so groundbreaking is because at those infinitely small spaces, the laws of relativity break down. Relativity only applies to from an atomic level on up, pretty much.
Grant?
That's where relativity works. Once you start getting to subatomic particles and all of that, the laws of relativity starts to break down, and they recognize this, and that's why the quantum level, that's really where the frontier of science is. That's why you get things like string theory that are the trend for about a decade, but then they can't find anything to corroborate it, and now it's history. That's where the frontier of science is. So by keep trying to compare what this paper is about, or that Nobel Prize in 2022 for physics, and trying to compare it to light, and trying to compare it to E equals MC squared, and trying to say and trying to impose the limitations of relativity on this, shows you have a fundamental lack of understanding of what quantum mechanics actually is. Quantum mechanics is completely different from relativity. It
Man
doesn't
said,
follow the laws of
man
relativity.
says you're
So
stretching
trying to
atoms.
put that's the whole point. That's why it's groundbreaking, and that's what you fail to understand. You're it's and this is and again, I keep going back to this. This is just indicative of how they um attack learning. Like you say, is everything is about aggression, about a debate, when a simple Google can answer the question. And Grant kind of touched on it earlier. You're reading things that you do not have the ability to comprehend, and that's a problem. Now, it's not really a problem, but the problem is you want to debate and argue about the things that you literally can't comprehend. You're up here trying to argue against quantum mechanics by talking relativity, when it's just apples and oranges. There's two completely different systems,
The
and they're
man
used for
said,
two completely different purposes.
the
And that's
man said
really
you
that's
stretching an
really it.
atom. The man said you stretching an atom, bro. I mean, he said
Yeah,
that. He actually said that, bro. Grant, I'm gonna let you have it before I bring him back
yeah.
up.
That's what them particle
He said
accelerators
the
do.
man said he stretches an atom, bro.
Do
We
Lex even
talking
know what a
about particles.
particle accelerator is?
Wait. Atoms are made out of particles, bro. So we're at the subatomic level. Subatomic. Atomic level is still part of the atomic world. We are what the physics we do, most of us do is in the atomic world. This man just said you stretch atoms, and that is what is spinning. Do you understand how completely anyway?
He
Grant,
talking light and relative.
Yeah, one of the things I think we often gets sort of missed and or gets conveyed, and it's like, well, you guys aren't physicists. Yes, I agree. I'm not a physicist, but I also know that usually the person asking these questions aren't also a physicist. And so if that is our baseline way that we're going to interact, then let's just not have these conversations, correct? I mean, if in essence the way to shut down the conversations is, well, you're not a physicist, then we should all shut the F up, correct? But in the absence of that, correct, if that position is just an insane position, the next position is going to be, I'm trying to present something, and if I have questions, I should at least have a baseline understanding of it, or at least attempt to. And if you have questions about a particular paper. So yesterday I pulled up a paper by Ankh. I didn't know it was his paper. I shared it in the Discord. And he asked me if I read it, and I only read a portion of it. And then I had some questions, and he answered those questions. That doesn't necessarily mean I agree with everything, correct? I didn't get a chance entirety, but I couldn't just make presuppositions based on my lack of reading it. I could only ask questions or inquire about the parts that I had read or I had questions about, or potentially I may thought I had disagreed with, and then allow to provide his explanation. But I think what we're doing here is being contentious unnecessarily. And I think this isn't a way to sort of engage in learning and in sharing. And we also can't be engaging in just the victimhood, that someone's shutting you down. If you want someone to listen to you, I think you have to come from a place that is asking genuine questions. And you cannot expect people to sit by and allow for you to pull the pin on your conversational, correct? You cannot be a conversational terrorist every time you show up. Have some level of decorum. It's not hard. It is very easy to sit back and think through a question, have someone provide a rebuttal, and then ask a subsequent questions. If that's something that you're not capable of, we are more than happy to help you understand that process. Because if you truly do believe in, let's say, a Socratic process, that will probably help in your ability to get the answers that you may be seeking to a very complex world. So I would highly recommend that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I mean, man.
Okay. I heard what said describing what the paper was, what the article was speaking of. It brings me to the mind. I'm a layman. It brings me to the mind of a movie that I saw called The Fly, and they was transported, or like Star Trek. Is that the instance of what this information is?
It is the article explicitly tells you to not form that type of idea.
Okay.
What it does, now you can if you can affect the spin, right, of 10,000 particles, you can spin one, don't spin another one, spin one, don't spin the other one. You can transfer information to the other particles, the entanglement on the other side, in real time. Now, when you do on, off, that is binary. So when you have 1,000,000 of these particles and you're doing on, off, you're sending a message or you're sending information via code in an instant. Because you're using quantum entanglement to send that information via on, off, or spin, don't spin of these particles, what you get is immense amount of information traveling at instant speed. like blink your eye and it's there. Of course, there's going to be some minor delay because of friction and limitations within the technology, but it is almost instantaneous, right? The fact that Einstein theory, which he developed over 100-something years ago, is now in a practical application is a testament to science. What was a hypothesis, a theory, because the math proved it, they have developed the technology to actually identify it, reproduce it by means of experiments. That's the first step. It becomes knowledge now, right? From a theory, we do experiments, we have the laws, we have the parameters in which it works. Now it is a scientific theory. From a theory, the next step is what can we do with this technology? But the article explicitly permits you from thinking we are going to do a Star Trek type teleportation, or the movie The Fly.
Brother,
So
if they was to let me read this article and
So is
explain
the
it,
particle
okay,
brother, I'm gonna
let me
ask you
tell you
guys to
something,
forgive
bro.
me again. I'm a layman.
Lex, stop.
Brother, they won't let me
No.
explain the
This is
article or
Prax.
read it to you.
Stop, Lex. Stop. We're beyond you now. The article has taken a life of its own. We do not further need your rhetoric. We have a young man here that's
But
actually
there's parts of it that you left out on purpose.
seeking proper inquiry.
I
right?
mhm.
It's
I'm I want to ask another question because earlier we was talking about how the air is matter, right? Um, is that particle a matter?
No,
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 um,
okay,
it's
reality is physical. Within physicality, you have matter. Like you also illustrated, when you do that magnifying glass thing and you focus those photons do not have weight, they do not have mass. So that indicates that they are
okay.
not matter. However, they are physical because they produce a real effect. So the
yes.
wind is the same thing. There is no matter associated with it, yet it is a physical aspect of reality. So that is an understanding that physicality, matter exists within physicality, but physicality behaves as if it is matter. Space time can bend. So there is a there. So this is
So, mhm,
counterintuitive. So take time in understanding that.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
And
So
another
when I
thing
had the
is,
magnifying glass, when I used the magnifying glass to start the fire, the magnifying glass was the tool, and I used it to concentrate the photons.
Yes, sir.
yes,
Okay. Isn't that what they're doing with the particles? With the understanding of the with the particles?
Pretty
no.
much, more or
In a
less.
way, but no, but what they're doing is they're not concentrating. What they're doing is they're like said it earlier. They're ripping atoms apart. All right. And this is at a level that is unprecedented. It's deeper. I don't want to. I don't want to mischaracterize it, but it's different from light. I'll say it like that. It's different
Okay.
from light at this level. All right.
So it's
Mm-hmm.
different.
So when you
So it's
said, hold
different
on, hold
from a
on.
photon.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Because you said air. Air is made up of molecules, right?
Right.
Molecules are made up of different atoms. This at this level, we're talking about the things that atoms are made up of protons, neutrons, and electrons, right?
Right.
At this level, we're talking about the things that make up protons, neutrons, and electrons. That's the level
Oh,
they're talking about.
Yeah.
so it's
So
smaller.
It's
a photon
exactly. It's
computer
super
travels at the
small.
speed of light, which is
Yes.
still traveling. But these quantum entanglements are instant. The moment you,
Independent of distance.
yeah, the moment you,
Independent of distance.
yeah, the moment you activate the particle on this end, instantaneously the same particle is triggered in the opposite spin on the other end. Instantaneously, there's no travel. So now they have the ability to harness that technology. That phenomena is now part of the understanding of science. And that's why these people got Nobel Prizes.
Can you see that particle? Can they
No,
see it? Okay.
no, no.
Okay.
They need a particle accelerator to be able to
Gotta
detect them.
sweep that up, Marty.
Cool.
They need a
Before I clean
particle
it out.
accelerator to do that. And
Wow.
the thing why it's so important is like said, because on a basic level, like civilization runs on signaling and
Okay.
it's binary on off. That's what the grid, the power grid runs on, the lights, all of that stuff is signals. It even oh man, the subway, all that's what all of the signaling runs on. It's binary, on off, on
Binary.
off, all
Off.
computers, everything on off, on off, on off. And that's just two states of data. By using quantum, just think about it. We'll be able to, and it's restricted by the medium, by a wire, by a fiber
Mhm.
optic cable, and so that introduces latency. Even though our computers are fast, and just think about how fast our computers are, it almost feels instant, but it's not. But it's not. Technically, it's not. There's some milliseconds of latency. What
That
quantum
brings up
compute
another. Okay, I'm
what
sorry.
quantum computing is going to do, and instead of 2, just multiply that infinite, not even infinitely, just say by double or triple, or even just make it 10. And you're talking 10 through independent of medium, like instantaneous communication. And and to be able to encode that and to be able to use that to transfer information, that would pretty much change it's a game changer in the world,
Yes,
because it
I'm gonna
allows
ask.
us to do everything faster.
So that means that leads me to another question. Is it the same speed? I was watching this video about the neurons in the brain, right? Is it at that speed, or is it faster, or the same? The
I
It's
am
same.
not sure.
nowhere
That's
near
one
the
thing I'm not
same.
sure of.
I can.
Okay.
It's not the same, brother. Neurons work on electricity, so just neurons work just like computer wires. Electricity flows through them. When we're talking about quantum, what you need to understand is there is nothing moving, right? But the point that they're missing, remember earlier the dude with the red hat said these are 2 totally different systems, and
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Yeah.
The fact that he's talking about quantum mechanics shows that he's going to shows you he don't understand it because it's being integrated, right? So they're
Mhm.
not 2 completely different systems because they're made of the same thing. And this is what I always try to explain to these guys. How could he make a statement like that? They're 2 completely different systems when quantum mechanics integrates them. Another thing you have to realize is
oh
why he
man, you
didn't
see,
They
this
have
is why
not
you get
done
muted.
that.
This is why you get
That was the
this is why
goal.
you
They have
this is
not
why you
done
get
that.
muted. This is
They
why
have
you
Demonstrate
get
that.
not
muted.
done that.
Can I ask Lex something?
Goodness.
Demonstrate what you just
No,
said.
no, you don't ask next on this.
Oh, okay.
why?
I'm sorry.
Why
That
can't he
was the
ask
goal.
me
That
nothing?
might have been the goal, but they have not accomplished that. But quantum mechanics has led to other discoveries that are actually more tangible. So they're focusing on that, and they're not even dealing with that whole unified theory thing.
Would that be the
That's
next?
like a holy grail of science. That might
Look,
have been the goal.
but
And
that's not
honestly, that's how science works most times. They start
serendipity.
out looking for one thing and they
On
figure out
another,
something
Man, you are
else.
so
And
like
that's
Bill and
what's
miseducated, bro.
Cillin.
going on.
Okay.
Yeah, put
Okay,
water
so
there.
now he's
I put the
moving the
bucket.
goalposts again. Well, the article is not talking about a unified field theory. It is talking about what. Stop. It is talking about what they
Turn
were
this light off
able
right
to
here, bro.
produce by engaging with this phenomena from Einstein. It was his hypothesis over 100 years ago. Now it has reached to the point that it has a practical application. It is not saying that this is a unified field theory or any of that. Lex still trying to deny physicalism when there is nothing what he is going to interject that is going to put it outside of physicalism. The fact that it is incorporated in technology today, puts it within physicalism and firmly within the modern scientific realm. It is no longer a theory. It is a working. A part of technology. We have now harnessed the ability to actually engage in the spin of these particles and the quantum entanglement at a distance. They have found a way to actually make it functional, right? That puts it squarely within the realm of technology even. So from the moment it becomes technology, it's applied science. The moment it's applied science, it's not even a
He
wonder
just
if.
said they didn't do it. The dude with the red hat just said they have not done it yet,
No,
but he
you
doesn't. They
talking
have
about
done
a
it. If
unified
y'all,
field theory, and that's not the discussion. I just said that.
I'm not talking about a unified field theory,
That
This
the
man is
unified
all over.
field theory is what they call
but I didn't
joining
say anything.
relativity and
But
quantum mechanics. You didn't
all right,
say it. You
so
said you used different words for it, but that's
all
Hey,
what
right,
it's
but I
Lex.
called.
didn't. So
Lex, hold on, Lex. I'm a layman right here. Said, let me ask you a question. Is this conversation the same as what those scientists are doing that's finding these discovering this stuff?
No,
Is this
yes, that's
no.
why he
conversation the
doesn't want to
same?
read the
They
article, brother.
experiment.
That's
They
why he
fight
don't
by
want to read the
experiment.
article.
We already read the
But in
article.
that room,
Let
are
me say this.
while the scientists are
Let me jump in,
aren't
yo.
they confabulating about these ideas
Let me jump
and
in.
what they're finding?
Hold on, bro.
Just a second.
Let me say this. First of all, y'all done a great job of defusing and disarming Lex. For the last 10 years, Lex has been able to dominate conversations, make up shit, confuse people, sending uneducated in physics African Americans running around pseudo. Y'all killed him. Now we figure out what he's doing. He's trying to go in front of the experiment. Knock it off, Lex. We got you, bro. Your weapon that you had, that you've been using on other pseudo channels, it don't work here, bro. We're gonna stay right there, right there, right there with the work say. Stop trying to outdo the work, or go get a degree in physics and go do what you think you can do. But right here, yo, that's not gonna fly, bro. It's not gonna fly, yo. We heard what you said, and that paper don't say none of that. Yo, that's pseudo maneuvering, bro. Good job, yo. I think yeah, good job, yo. I'm telling y'all, great job. Now we see what he's trying to do. Now you got the other brother asking questions. If you let Lex talk, he gonna talk crazy. I just like to probably sit back and watch Lex talk crazy and leave the earth. He's definitely gonna leave the earth. Give him about 15 seconds. He will give you some super duper extraordinary connector something. Watch. I'm just gonna listen for it. Wait for it.
Yeah, but after ground, wait a minute. Blackmail, my brother, how you doing? You got the floor. I'm gonna give it about 10 more minutes, and I gotta get out of here. I got an appointment myself. So you got briefly, quickly, my brother. Go ahead. You got the floor. Okay, Grant, please.
Yeah, just a great show. I as always enjoy the set talks. They are extraordinary wealth of information. I will. There's a. I'm going to put in the back chat. I don't think anyone here needs it, but there's a online book I use for just some introduction to physics that I think maybe we start sharing with a lot of the people here. There is a clear chasm between people who know something and the people who clearly know fuck all about any of this. And every word that's uttered by the likes of Lex, we can see it. We can see the idiocy of you. And I think you should try a little bit harder than to just come on and yelling at people, because it's not very becoming.
Thank you, Grant. Blackmail, my brother, you got the floor.
Yes, give thanks again, for all the information. Yeah, nice show. I didn't get the whole show though, but yeah, and I watched Brother Anthony's show to the previous show. I missed the show, which was a nice show. What I was saying, and I didn't get the whole show, so I'm just dealing with some of the things I heard. The bending of light, right? I heard that. You were speaking of that, right? Photons.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I was just saying, one thing I know in the universe that could bend light. Can you name something that bends light in the universe?
Gravity.
So are there any forces that we know, like, in fact, the black hole is one of the gravity in the black hole, you feel it could bend light?
Yes.
Yep.
Bend light till it suck it straight in. Yes, my brother.
Yep.
Now we
And
missed you
bring it
last night on
down.
the episode. I was looking out for you, and so remember Anthony is gonna be here every
Right,
Tuesday at 10 o'clock. So that's a
right.
space show. We look forward to you being there, because that's really your field, that and the interaction would be looking
Yes,
forward to
yes,
it.
yes, yes.
So see you next week Tuesday for sure. 10 o'clock. We will be here doing another space show. All right, my
All
brother.
right, said best. Yeah.
Pre, my brother.
Hey man, yeah, this was Exhibit A, pseudo tactics. It's like pseudo tactics 101. Um, they they always play with language, and that's the common thread. They never deal with the substance of the information.
They always try to play with language to try to find inconsistencies to get a rhetorical got you moment. But the sad part, what it really does is you look at it takes otherwise intelligent appearing people because they're able to talk, and then it just exposes them as complete frauds that y'all don't really know nothing. You know what I mean? Like today, my man, he's up here trying to talk. He's trying to discredit science by saying that my man got a Nobel Prize for contradicting the laws of relativity and things of that nature when he doesn't understand the fundamental differences between the two. He's trying to apply, he's talking about him touching people and all of this stuff when they're talking about subatomic particles that's smaller than an atom, that's smaller than a proton, neutron, and electron, even smaller than that. So, and it just shows again how they misrepresent knowledge, all to prove a rhetorical point and to promote their pretty much position, which in the position really it's ignorance. And this is supposed to be the conscious community. We supposed to be getting away from that stuff, but it's like they're like an anchor. They're literally an anchor, an intellectual anchor pulling us back to old time knowledge that's not applicable to nothing in the real world.
Absolutely. Well said. All facts. American Dream, you got the floor. I appreciate you being here.
Hey,
Your contribution is worthy. It allows us to examine these fallacies and dig into the misconceptions. So I appreciate you being.
yes, sir. Absolutely. I appreciate being here as well. Yeah, absolutely. Is Ankh still here?
Yes, he is.
What's up? What's
Ankh, a
good?
quick question.
Mm-hmm. What's up?
Ankh, I know my closing words, it's gonna be kind of like a closing question. I know you don't think he belongs on Mount Olympus with you, but do you think that Brother Reggie deserves to be on Mount Rushmore with you?
Yeah, because that ain't that. I mean, that's just from your time being in the conscious community. You know what
What's your ideology? Seems to be the question round here lately.
I mean, look, man. Listen. As far as the house of consciousness go, right, wrong, or indifferent, yeah, he belong there, bro. You just gotta stare at the faces, and see who was bringing what. And you'll see, I was bringing scientific literacy to this community before everybody thought science was a white person thing. And Lord knows, don't believe in some kind of God. That's another white person thing. So yeah, my you know what I'm saying? My thing totally. That's why I'm on Mount Olympus, That's just somewhere else, Yeah,
Indeed.
and it's
Yeah.
somewhere else, bro. Two different things, bro.
Yes,
Trying to
sir.
accomplish two separate goals.
Absolutely. Thanks again for letting me in, Said. It's always a pleasure, bro. And Said,
Yeah,
let me
man.
tell you, you've made a great transformation of the Pseudo Killers channel. Like you got this shit back and popping, the Said Talk thing. Whoever came up with Said Talk, kudos to y'all, man. It's brilliant. Keep
Kick
doing your thing.
Kent, Kick Dog Kent, and the God Killer himself. The master, the executive producer. Look, the man there himself, Kick Dog Kent, and the God Killer. They understood the vision, and I understand the vision of the entire Pseudo Killers. This is all a family affair. So there's no one singular aspect. Like this is what you call a real Hydra. Yeah, there ain't no heads chopping out there, but we farm Voltron for real. So again, thanks to the God Killer and Kick Doe for trusting me and allowing me this space, and I gotta keep my decorum high because I got an executive like Miss Tiff that I gotta report to. So y'all don't understand the pressures that comes with this job. So I'm gonna keep as strict as I need to be to keep us where we need to stay.
Yeah, can I make a joke with Hank though?
Yes, sir.
Hank,
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Hank,
If I can, would have, if I
Hank.
can, is that, when I first started messing with the pseudo killers, one of their policies was let them talk. You know what I mean? They're going to keep talking until they talk themselves into a hole. So let them talk. And I just don't think you're letting people talk enough at this point. But regardless of that, I think it's a great show. Thanks again for having me. It's great to be here.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Brother Hank.
Lex,
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Lex,
The brother
speak for
asked the brother in the red hat said, I don't understand
The brother name
what
is
I'm
Preem.
reading.
The brother name is Preem. Optimus Preem.
Optimus Preem said, I don't understand what I'm talking about. The brother asked him, is there a difference between the neurons in the brain and quantum computing and the way it travels? And he didn't know that they're not even in the same arena. But I don't know what I'm talking about. Neurons function off electricity in the brain produced by carbon and copper. so and to the next point, and to the next point,
Hey, Seth,
to the
is that
next
music
point,
playing?
Like, every time you give him the
hold on, to
floor,
the next point.
instead of he do the honorable thing, he
I'm going.
insists
I can't address people who address me like
No, I
me.
was
Like,
wondering what the music playing is kind of loud. I couldn't even hear you.
I don't hear any music, so they're trying to
Why do I hear
disrupt what
music,
I'm saying.
Cedric? Am I tripping?
I don't think he's tripping. You're hearing music, right?
I don't hear
Dang.
music. Yeah,
I
that's
hear you playing a song.
Somebody
Y'all
gotta
got
be
a
singing.
wild.
Because when
so.
you're
The
lying like
second
that,
point.
it's almost singing, right?
The second
Singing
point
when you're lying like that.
is the name of the show is What is Physicality and Materialism and all of that. And when you spoke about quantum entanglement,
What the article was talking about?
where you
What you
cannot
trying to
show
say,
me,
yo? What the article was talking about, bro? I want to hear that.
I
What
can
you
read
talking
it
about, man?
and go through it.
What you
But
think
hold
is
on, let
true?
me tell you. But like, it's like,
Go ahead, I'm listening.
why does everybody? That's what
No,
I'm
I want to
saying.
hear you. I want to hear your point. I want to hear your point.
All right. So the reason why I said read the article, there's a reason why he doesn't want to read it to the crowd. Trust me, young.
Why
What is
So
the
not?
what
reason,
we
Lex?
so what we're dealing with.
What is the reason, Lex?
Yeah, we want to know. Go ahead.
Because the article, first of all, but it's not just about the article. It's about the fact that y'all didn't even know about the scientists who won this award. I knew. I brought the information, but you telling me,
brother. Thank you, brother.
But y'all are telling me I don't know the information, and I pulled up a random article.
So
That show
Lex,
I keep.
Lex,
Damn,
blog,
bro. What
according to the
like
blog,
when you
like
ask
like
us,
It's
like
not a
when you
what,
scientific
ask us
article.
for clarity, Lex, and we
the reason
ask
I
you, please indicate where clarity is necessary, you did not say anything. So what part of the article you wanted to discuss, we still
The
don't
I'm
part we
know.
getting to
listen to
the
you.
point.
The part we don't want to know. The
I
part you
don't
saying
care
irrelevant.
about the point you're getting to. You know that? That's it. That's enough. The show is over. Thank you very much, Lex, for being as honest and as disingenuous as you usually are. We caught you red-handed. We set you up. The article
Hell
was
no.
up there while you had your eyes closed, lying your backside off. You got caught. Unc indicated he already knew what the article was about. While you're lying, I'm pulling up Kayel explaining what the article is about, Gould's explaining what the article is about. The article is open. We caught you. The fact that we didn't allow you to jump into the noumena and make up stuff, we kept you in the phenomena, and you can't play by the rules. Lex came in here upset because we don't allow you to play basketball by double dribbling and traveling. That's what he came in here with. Ladies and gentlemen, you see the rubric working. You see the level of discourse. They cannot handle it, and this is why they are always going to be as frustrated and lose their mind. The disingenuousness which Lex usually operates with is caught in real time. You are not allowed to build a straw man. And I'm going to assume that you're misspeaking or that you're simply don't know the particular point of view. So I'll correct you. I'll illustrate, slow down, stop. That's in error. Fix it, and you're allowed to continue. But the days when you get to ramble off the speech you've been practicing in the mirror, those days are done. Those days are done. We are operating on integrity, sincerity. So that means if you are mistaken, I'm assume that you are mistaken. That's a point of interjection to provide clarity. Maybe you don't understand it. Let me correct you. This is what you're missing. And now you continue to build your narrative with correct information. It is an exercise in epistemic integrity. It's either you come up here to be a specimen in the lab, say you want to state your case, I'll give you the floor, and then we dissect you. Or you come sincerely wanting some clarity, and we can go through the steps. Either way, it's up to you. But what you're not going to do is expect me to sit and listen to you ramble for 3 and 4 minutes of utter nonsense and then have to go fishing behind you. That I'm not doing. That is a trait in this community that is flawed reasoning. And I am not the one. You need to get it off, stand in front of your mirror. If you want to have a coherent discussion, you will get stopped. You will get corrected. You will get fact checked before you're allowed to continue. That's scientific integrity. That is epistemic humility. That is plain out honesty. All right. Thank y'all for being here. Once again, God Killer, tell them something quick. Let me take them out with some music. I got to get out of here.
Hey, tell you what, man. Our enemies that work against us on YouTube had no idea that we had the ability to forge forward better than ever. It was actually the opposite effect. As we beat them half to death, we gained them even deeper following. More people joined, right? More people want to hear what we saying in clarity. We ain't never going down that line or that lane of pseudoism, Joe. We refuse to, man. Big up to the community, man. Big up to CedTalks. We got the pseudo killers on his back, yo. We always looking for a hero.
We didn't go nowhere.
And raise the
We
game.
was just organizing. The Discord served its purpose. We ironed out stuff. We discussed stuff. We went deep. We were so prepared for anything y'all were coming, y'all didn't know. Now, in full operation mode, and the community better understand.
Don't give out the secret sauce.
Pseudo killers.
Don't give out the secret sauce. Don't tell us. Don't tell them. They just think we just sitting around. Don't shh. Don't tell them we really read something. Don't tell them. Don't tell them we really talking to experts for real. Don't say it. Don't tell them so. They think we just want to grab an article and start talking in Google. They think we actually listen to the ChatGPT. They think that instead of making ChatGPT find a source and then read that source, they see ain't no way around that, Cedric. You got to read Otto book. You got to listen to them. You got to do all that. Got to buy books. It's still there, yo. We do it the old-fashioned way, yo. Using modernized technology. Don't tell them though, Cedric. We just Googling. That's it. We read ChatGPT. That's it. I'm done. Appreciate you.
That's how we do. Man, thank y'all for being here. Look out for Hit the Button show tomorrow, and again Friday. I'll be back with the next chapter in this series, logical positivism. See you on Friday. See you guys tomorrow. Thank y'all for y'all support. Thank y'all for supporting the pseudo killers. Don't forget to thumb up the show. Share the show with your family. High class programming, quality programming. We're not in this mud. We ain't debating. We are analyzing. We are applying proper methodology. Why? Because scientific literacy is the vaccine against the scammers, the charlatans, the hoodwinkers, and the hustlers that prey on you in this community. With that,
yeah. Welcome to CedTalks, where we separate fact from fiction. Mess it up a minute every time. This that set talk, yeah, we said it straight. Cut through the noise, elevate the debate. No pseudo talk, no foggy claims. Just evidence-based when we build these frames. Set talks, yeah, clarity first. If it ain't got method, it probably won't work. From ancient knowledge to modern science, we draw that line, that clear defiant. They say the ancients had science. Hold up. pause. Knowledge ain't the same as methodological laws. Observation, yeah, but control tests rare. No predictive models, you gotta be fair. We respect the past, but we keep it exact. Precision matters when you deal with facts. Astronomy grew, astrology split. One stayed empirical, one named myth. The shift came through naturalistic method. Just and revised, that's how we embed it. Not culture bound, not tied to a place. It's a universal tool for the human race. This guy said talks, yeah, he said it straight. Cut through the noise, elevate the debate. No pseudo talk, no foggy claims. Just evidence based when we build these frames. Said talks, yeah, clarity first. If it ain't got method, it probably won't work. From ancient knowledge to modern science, we draw that line, that clear defiance. They blur definitions, start moving the goalposts. Turn fried to a claim that don't hold close. Science ain't on, this a process refined. Independent of culture, space and time. You can't redefine it to fit identity. That's how you lose all epistemic integrity. We test every claim, we don't just believe. If it can't be verified, we don't receive. From early observers to labs today, it's rigor and doubt that paved the way. Not name dropping scholars to win a debate, but data and method that validate. So what's your ideology? That's cool to ask, but truth ain't decided by the loudest class. We question it all, no sacred ground. If it don't hold up, we break it down. This that set talk, yeah, we live in direct. No fear in the facts, just intellectual respect. No more, no mirror, no fantasy, just truth, logic, and consistency.